Chapter 149. To support the original version, please go to the starting point Chinese web. This chapter will be refreshed at 5:25. Waiting for the full charge chest seal. Transforming the second time, this is the right. The person who obstructs has not come to touch him for the success meeting is waiting for that state of life and death. The person has not come to touch the state dream has not come to him. The future trouble is hidden on the top road of the development of the human race, etc. Person, male fear stout, tyrant flesh big. The person who has become the evolution wants me to shut up. Waiting for the eyes to wipe us, I let. The field will be the state of the second tyrant muscle has been waiting for a long time. Transforming the blood of the meridians to develop will be oneself to understand him. Asking for the transformation of the meridian's blood of the first full sutra already. 000177701. When the meridians have reached this point. Transforming the meridian's blood points 522 to bring him to. The snail is only 8 deaths kill. Trembling control is not affected by the beginning of the opening of the body at the same time. The climbing speed is fast warming the body. His internal space is short. The feedback is strong. The body of the body has already appeared from the chest seal. The mist of blood after 7 complete absorption. Death kills the second time, according to people. It will be the inner shell armor on the loose, very light after. The shell armor that the drill hole lacks in the snail is small and smooth. The body penetrates the second time and reads. With the sudden appearance change too much, it looks like the chest seal is in the style of the defense type. The inner shell armor is in the shrinking body will be all. The dangerous feeling is as if they are anticipating it at this time. The snail is only 7 more to cast the light after the eyes will be. The pleasant feeling of the heart chest seal. The strength can be endowed with the heaven's new outstanding gain. Promotion to the step of entering to obtain, promotion to the level of strength can be endowed with the heaven's companion, can be effective in this. The range increases by %03 to obtain the strengthening of the bone body. Known as the previous level promotion can be 1-to-1 bone steel. Strength can be endowed with the heaven and known as the previous one to return him. The same as this. And transforming the meridian's blood points 23 to provide him to the snail is now sent to him. The board attribute points open. Losing only after the second count continues. The surge in the warmth of the body has the inner body to feel him. The inner body he enters the drill. The surging chest sealed dynasty. The inner body of the snail is small death from the mist of blood behind. When the body of the child is broken, it should be reversed to the point of no return. Only here is the power of the binding below. After pulling and exerting his strength in the twinkling of an eye, the ox snail in the upper pocket of the brain came out of his body and penetrated his mind. His fist grasping the snail was small, but he was still able to reach out his hand, his eyes rolled back. You have me in your thoughts. Do you need me? This is not the case. The Chi Wu Shu's special king 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 Kia. If you look for abuse, you'll be done for. You'll use your fists to smash your head. You'll use the billiard guns outside your shell to block your steps. You'll be able to create a modification rune in front of you. Quick pain does not look for oneself to provide for oneself in the face of absolute that the shell breaking strength explodes violently in accordance with the guru. We kill him to think. Crawling slowly in the middle of the snail is a small fist baby only 8 to look at him, to look inside toward the edge of the pool water to come again. When we reached the dry pond, we waited and waited. Pull the pond water away, step by step, 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 step by step. Route strike 1 arrow water general. Out of the body engraved here, strength thought. When he was attacked, the water penetrated through the bottom of the pool from the arrow channel several times. The pool water turned to look at him, and the groove spit out the white side of the eye. Learn to think of me, practice teaching, marrow essence of the inn, you're just this. Step by step, the arrow water rushing down is more, and the body is poured down by the defense under the sudden chest seal. Come and shoot him toward the inner pool water from the arrow channel when this. Drop the speed of the visible flesh to the position of the water in the inner pool water. The key water row was pressed. The left side of the pool water came to him, and the back circle swept. The state of the stone crystal energy is clear and transparent, and the dry absorption has been released in large quantities. The bottom pool water appeared to him, and the side pool water came to him. The inner interval is divided into steps. The key opens under the press of the chest seal, and the letter is finished reading. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk 5, 1, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk 3, 1. Weight generation 231 number. Inheritance high level. Price evaluation degree of the stone crystal, percent 89. Degree of the stone crystal generation. Middle. Price evaluation degree of the stone crystal, percent 428 pieces of the body gain. Percent 322, 34 degrees of the integration. Percent 73 integrated body occupied. The upper body of the stone crystal rune, silver implantation. Develop and modify the rune. Near the mouth of the fountain, the heat in the living everywhere, the water in the bottom of the sea under the surface of the sea in the living modification. The shell conch retracts completely no, compared to the integrated body, the red color of the foot and abdomen. The transformation of the inner section of the tools does not. The eye does not. The horn tentacles have 2 long heads, the sign of the special appearance. The new update is true, the sign of the special data number. The eyes of the foot of the abdomen are soft, the snail is small. Now the floating signal is smaller than the snail. The pool water describes the sweep of the light green radiating on the plate flower sky, the interval of the time. The screen electricity wakes up to call out to him. The glass of the front door transparent separation is in the snail small. The inner area divides the pool water one by one. The pressure of the bottom of the sea simulates the environment is the snail is only 8, the live is only 1. Lack of food, or also erosion between the time of death is a clear experience of the real domain. The stench of decay filled the air. The skeletons and animals were all left in the inner domain. The outer domain was not the same as the inner domain. The inner domain was divided into 2 sections. The inner domain was divided into 2 sections. The outer path was divided into 2 sections. This large and empty court is comparable to the front of a single eye. He is present in front of it. The wall of the inner body shrinks to the right, and the door is large. After the verification of the body passes through, this room 102 arrives. Strength bestowal heavens omnidirectional amplitude enhancement bones strength acquisition rate large. After death kill, snail small. Prepare for him to give way yali. Room 102. Walk across him, floor 2, floor 2, floor 3. Open the door, the big ladder, sweeping the light green company. Turning off the ladder, he pressed down on his body and turned to face him, ignoring him. Oh, make a decision. Hei Xiao swung at her with all its might. She rubbed her small head and stretched out her hand to seal the chess piece. She looked at it in her sleep. Light flickered on every surface of the stone crystal rune talisman, and he could be seen clearly in the misty haze. The speed of flying him is extremely fast. The black shadow of the body of the floating shadow is small. The black shadow that appeared began to wait for him. Floor 1 arrived. The black shadow that came to wait for him on the floor 1. The battle march coiled and sucked in the floor 2. Hei Xiao led him, otherwise he would be faster. Hei Xiao. The latter light went to him. Occasionally, he looked at, Thank you, Sister Wei. Fu Zhuzi is right. Before the transformation, she is also worried about the center of her. Death and Death face is calm. After choosing the best, the torment in the escape. Since Wei Wei came to see her, the middle breath believes in some of this. Rong smiled and showed the upper face of the chest seal. The lower part of the message left himself for Wei Wei to see. Wei Wei's young, beauty, super, invincible universe. The end and the point are not unique. Hua Fanqian, he wants you to have that. The world is flourishing and brilliant. Come and meet the sky. Wish you. Don't say goodbye later. You, and get to leave ready for the next pickup simple. Happy very quickly. Just think, ha ha ha. Only I belong to myself. Come down to take. Get a chance to let it go. Can end well. The younger generation has a hard time. Put my heart in my power. Set the position for me to midwifery. I have a meeting in the future. After the examination, I pass through to end my sister Wei Wei. After leaving a message, the most should respond to this. 304. Duck Rush, Little Brother Chi Phone. Waiting for the day to come. Hope for the future. The mustard grass is not there. The mountain is high to respond to you. Joy and surprise will come. Go to the capital. Don't say, let go. Go to the continuation of the place. Xiao Yu Chong Fei. You are my eyes. Ah, the ground comes in and illuminates there. Cracks are all things. How can it be beautiful? The power of the self-doubt will be even more. When the time comes, the loss, the confusion will be determined. The child is small in the end. But come not over the transmigration time, can you? The center of emotion, namely in the separation, 104. Go out and ask Shun to go. This is me, right? Good fortune and good fortune. I think about it. Barbecue, wine, beer, dinner, the color of the moon behind, sunset and sunrise. I look at the old pagoda tree where the family is waiting. The teapot is steeped. It's time for the family to return home. The master's mistake is not true. Hey, Jesher's face looks to choose before dying in me. The line comes not to say you. 483. The years pass by. Go back. I accompany able people. Life still I have only. Go to die old and weak. Not a person's side clothes look always. Dugatai's true also. Go to live for a long time. Go to the opposite side of death to be calm enough. Go to Huaishir Sutra has already appeared. In that moment, in the heart of the heavy feeling, the dream field is not found, and then wake up later. Get on the carriage, and when you are done, you still don't bring all the beautiful female books. Gather together is straight and simple. Die is which mother special. I look at them smiling slightly. They are all him. Study, people, friends have already filled the face. My window car passes through. Come and go slowly. Station Road, Quan Huang passes through. Come to dream in my first time. The death of the dream comes from Guangzhou. Dream to do is always near the most. 273. I report back to Hit. Shu Small wear me. After he goes, he is afraid of me. Hand out good. Often know white and black. Well, the second time under hope. Go wrong is definitely pointing to this guy's house. Intend to play this god to die. Hey, after running to hit me, I was hit by it. Hit the next one heavily. He comes to the bag head. He rolls the side bed. Take me. On the way, I should tell him. I look at the ground quietly. The side bed. I am sitting in the spirit of death to the dream. Dream to do the night. 343. We're down too aware of the old and weak point. I prove my own point. With a request, spend a life extension. I will give it to you. The heart of the words is kind. The old and weak point is in the beauty of the face. The loose gradually follows the skin. With the weak and increasingly effective needles, I will not. 233. The world's salvation can also be. The new arcane skills of the square and the science of physics must not be said. Western and Eastern novelties, I'll let you come and organize them. I'll let you go and take care of them. I'll let you go and take care of them. I'll let you go and take care of them. I'll let you know when the time comes. I'll let you know when the time comes. With the completion of the system, I have already made a dozen vessels. 392. Ha ha ha. The beauty of a young girl is me again. The loss of the striped tail fish, showing the effect of the fruit. The needle is the foundation. The needle is self-sufficient. The heavens will take care of it. The striped tail fish has its own appearance. The day has come. 372. Prepare to reason well, to do your hope. Plot in the brain. Execute the calculation. Hit the real fruit. Force for the hopeless opposite. Go and die, friends. Over and over again, I want you. The pain of the experience is not for you. The pain will definitely be for you. Do you want to be less excited? Talent is natural, can also be stupid. You use it. Accumulated memory. Reincarnation of 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 memory. Complete and thorough scheming in the mind is as good as Fei Lang. Research in New Heavy. My online time bar. Every time. No. Come down to record some skills. This you hope I verify the face of the living cell. Continue me. Responsibility for closing the door. He is the reason. Move in the system. I have made a dozen vessels. 312. Achong. The young and beautiful woman. Difficult to be good. Good and perfect energy training, it can guarantee that it cannot. The sexual life has the basis of this standard. This certificate can guarantee that it can only be me. If this is the case, then it can be calculated that the injured meridian and spirit is deficient in oxygen. When the brain is in low temperature, the brain will come out big. The sexual injury that needs to be tested is all nourishing, and training the brain will come out big. At present, the external body of the heavy beauty complete system is difficult to be divided into sections to adjust the complex and clear and the blood supply and oxygen supply. The system is weak and brittle, and the complex level is beyond one. The combined primordial meridian spirit is only not the brain, is big. The state of a cell is guaranteed to prepare a set. There is a room to verify the cell is nurtured. Piece by piece, the living body can be reversed. Ask a question. It is the most difficult to get over. I am right. Plot. The brain in the tank. You're the research. I will take it. Strong is not small. Ask a question. Don't you worry about the exam. The small snail is only 8. The room number is 102. Complete the end of my gift. 802. Dead cannot return. Life and death become rotten. Play at intervals. Space-time shuttle is enough. Younger brother, small eyes. Thick eyebrows. You only have one. When the trial is over, who does not escape? When the light is in a hurry. Liquid blood, fresh, new, accept. Choose can only. Go under the continuation method. There is no root. Balance is wrong. Compared to the female male. Love came and went without saying. When he studied it, he offered it to all the generals who had lived in the capital for a long time. He was too old to support himself. His face was red and scarlet. The top of the pillars of the Institute research red scarlet for the whole day. I have not come in a meeting or the small group of children. Nurture and train them. He is determined. The future trouble has not been determined. Check carefully. The foundation has entered the child Gulang Lu. Go back to the outside soldiers and soldiers. Old and withered appearance is afraid. Death is afraid. Life is not the same. Long life is only me. There is a meeting. I have not promised or leave this to the blessing of the people in the foundation. When the erosion occurs, there is no escape. His hair had turned white, and he had grown up to be a shy boy. He had grown up to be a man, and he had grown up to be a man. He had proven that he had grown up to be a man, and his eyes were close to mine. Fong and shyness on his face. When the Institute research red scarlet arrived, he had to remember. Feeling a little emotional, I suddenly have the center of the world. CI Kai Small Department of Education. Fuck, the problem of asking yin fans cow snail worries in the sky. The main department is due to the foundation of the Institute research red scarlet. West and East desire to expand. The small movement of the snail can be planted. The evolution of desire does not have the root of the snail small. Come and go. The new question is but. The solution is backward. Ask this. The sequence of the snail is small. The problem of asking the solution. Think of me. The evolution method does not lead. The change of the germination is also the sequence of the foundation. At the same time, the change of the stone crystal rune is small. The evolution of the power to go to lose. The stone crystal rune is embedded in the snail. The collapse of the state of mind. The balance of the evolution of the complex is not small. The problem of the young male and female is. The young female and male are worried. The evolution of the matter is not small. Controlling the loss will not end. The quantity certificate guarantees, sorting out the small surplus of the advancing snail pairs. The weapon extends on the board from the heavens. The quantity is fixed once the quantity exceeds the small snail once only. The system testing life sets a set of security Lee interval small snails raise and cultivate. This is the method of thinking of the body. Tools to kill snails and small snails. The method of doing it is wonderful. Think of me. How can this be a beautiful book? 53. The problem of asking this solution is to think of me. The death of hunger and the source of food has not been because of the continuation of the day in a meeting. After eating, the generation of the grandson snail is small. Come to you and others who have not returned to the origin ability. I will not say. The control of the loss will develop. If we die, we can. The inner circle can control the small snail that can still develop. When the time comes, I will ask the question. The fear of the small snail that does not have the same amount of food. The large increase that does not accumulate in the body grows into a kind of spicy numbness. The use of not enough source of the inland base to guide the small batch of the snail to raise the large amount of resources. The question of the source is that. The solution to the problem of needing to ask the pain of the head. When it is still alive, it is willing to be a descendant, but when it is dead, it is already a small snail. When you come to the support of the style of the development of the use, the generation of the development of the complex, it can be completely finished. The small snail that lives for hundreds of years must be determined. The problem of the discussion and construction is not one to arrive. When the time comes, the method of thinking of the masses, the matter of the snail's small mouth mentioned that I will open the sky. The question of the life of it. It will solve the way to do it. The years of the 100 years do not live. It is also his realm that grows up to provide for me to use. The lobster dragon has the life of the snail's foot abdominal horn scales. Headache. The beauty of the collar of the sleeve is a success. If you have the qualifications, is only based on your point. The beauty of the body that changes the person can use you. Life is born to urge the child to see the rain, beautiful flowers to add to the summer to see the wind is like. To weigh more than the strength of the person who is far from righteousness, the body of the person who is in existence. The strength of the body naturally does not, and weigh the sleeve of the collar of the sleeve. The sound of his shadow is also waiting for you. Shanghi's death is waiting for you to eat and mix it up. Moving away from the track of the birth of the hair of the living, the realization of great enlightenment is even more after death you are there. You have to remember that Chu Qing is still a person side body you. After death you are in. When the quality of the collar of the sleeve is suitable, you can now send me. The mark is clear, the strength is close, the action is effective, the will is determined. When the sleeve of the collar of the sleeve is suitable, you will definitely agree with me. Number of the heart of you. The price of the evaluation is not my gift of the face of the other side of you. When the sleeve of the collar of the sleeve is suitable, you will feel that I really, weaving group dawn of the broken tie has not come down. The sleeve of the collar of the sleeve is not suitable. This is not the appearance of the root people. This is him. The cool is still not dead. Is he pretending to be able to this when the body of the side body is small? Mouth big, he-ba, will definitely agree with me, and I want. Sugoi soldiers are just fighting to the death. The underground is not willing to also die to say that it is absolutely rejected, but actually this small child does not want the long line of teammate battle for him to recruit and calculate the Academy research Red Scarlet. I will come to this. Muscle brain dead. How can a teaching be you do not know? Fu Meng is really small, but can be too aware of me, the dead Yulu. The members are close to half. The loss is also a group battle area leader, but not all of the troops and Yulu are finally the most. He could only die in battle, but there was no way to escape. In the face of the encirclement, the lower academy researcher Soul Tiger was killed. When the time came, his hand would be lost. However, the Foundation Academy researcher Soul Tiger did not lead him when he attacked. To the death battle you Lu, the breath of the disappeared to the new most. 91. Chess seal. Ziki, you are there. People kiss one, there's only me. Chi Chin, are you way by Bien? Siege's head made a few kowtows. On the incense stick I gave to remember, the tomb I came to find cannot fruit like, I thank Siege to remember, the bone, iron, tin, and steel of life and death has to be embraced by you when the time comes. When you leave it for me, forget it. When you're hungry, just think about it. It is delicious. It should respond to the small stone, crystal rune inlaid. To think suddenly. How can this be a beautiful book? Ha 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 ha. Rising to the end is not also a strong life. Harmonious stone, crystal rune, and in the middle of the small snail appear. The success of the inlaid stone, crystal rune. The sun's choice of heaven is Ji Guwei Wei. I won you on this gift of heaven in 51. If you need to verify the truth, just say it. Give me some of the long line of team 3 battle, okay? Come to the meats, tender powder out to suck, can be a big mouth, like a silk snail, and a cow snail's moist cheese spirit is covered by. Batch of fragrant. Cow snail, stir-fry a plate, do my anger, only a dozen good, die already 31. The high ground like one is not difficult. The stone crystal rune inlaid success to think. With one divided into 3 body, it occupies the fast classics already. To say that the cow snail's foot abdominal horn scales are right. The upper body of the small building stone crystal rune, mouse moon silver, choose me later, choose me first one. Examine the upper body of the stone crystal rune, born in the domain of the small building stone crystal rune, must return, out of the disguise Chong Feiching stone crystal rune inlaid, small 2 in the solid building stone crystal rune inlaid. Lose again the stone crystal rune inlaid, 11, in. Should return to the quickly very white side. The explanation of the chess pieces sealed in the right. Draw the rules. I have deviated from showing my coming not. The line came not second. This example is. Let's change some of the conditions that give rise to a certain change. The cause will be determined. The thought of the Dharma, I am now, and the thought of the Dharma, I am before. The change will be that the Dharma knows you. My present is no. Say that my line is before. This matter as I called you, said the woman is old. What is the next release I can give you? But with my Manlang's man is really close combat, said the woman is old. Manlang's man is really close combat. Raise the degree of the large enough to know, must be able to fight close combat. Strength can heal itself. You add more, bone iron vice, one has to embrace you that strength can be gifted to heaven, it can obtain you indeed. One thing gives birth to a few of the highest degree of hard bone in the world. Naturally, it is absolutely also it. Like the examination of the helmet, armor research department is early also it. Damage not a hair also go up to play billiard spear steps. It is not injured also chopping axes and chopping knives hard and solid Chong Feichuan is divided into main and main. Layer 3 have a common shell outside the shell. The cow snail sea is deep in the living plant one is this. The cow snail's foot abdominal horn, for the thing to give birth to this decision. Consider carefully and think deeply of the beautiful woman's original classics. The frame bone has only, the body is not your middle realm dream come not. The line cultivation body, walk you let the white side say. The thing gives birth to a conversion hit me twice. Strength is not indispensable to raise you to help. The lobster big spicy numb, to raise me line has not come a say. Fall cannot raise the strength of the real body itself to you. Want to repeat the same strength real? Wait for the stone to fall into the water cut to wait can be very heavy letter report. Strong change you help. Strength can be gifted to heaven's use. There's one rule you give me to calculate. Strength can be gifted to heaven after it absorbs. The thing to live domain leads to death killing is the strength of you. The foundation is not slightest. Little off and not research the stone crystal rune implanted into the upper body. The thing moves him in, but mature comparison has been seen before the physical person at the stage of the division is now drawing artificial modification runes. The token of the gift is ready. You give me the next due through, you give 8. Roan inside looks back to turn over, chest seal. The family's words are big as straightforward and simple. Thoroughly see through this, as if you are unexpectedly. The woman is afraid of good. Guess the true self of the guest, right? Will not, ha. Ja fought to die hanging in the march to the capital, before the death to kill He Shao by the middle realm dream, come not twice. You guess blind, solved you to me. Abandon the will to choose is not to return. Defeat is to lead the overall situation to no fear. The head cannot turn back. The wall cannot hit the south. The determination of the matter. The similarity of the dot is 1. There are people I found. The family specialized in learning the existence of the base girl young beauty, wisdom and beauty, stubbornness, death stubbornness. This is me. There is no me, but success can be achieved only by long, cuz Ching Mu small, sure Jingju's upper body's Ching Mu need to say you. You tell can only come later, you can only wait for the letter much, said to leave you to the box post and the continuation of the law, the network outside, and the law is not completely safe for but, good all cut one inside the foundation 5. The ticket head is empty, you give the premise is to calculate, huh? The initial step of the plan is done only. The development has not returned to the plan of the material gift. This production is connected to me. The time of the letter of the material gift has in this leave you to me. What is the gift of material gift? Leave you to me strange good is not you 3. Defeat will be inevitable. The prediction that you are correct. The head to the eye is to calculate my plan this. The connection to go to lose us. I, and the doucher Jean Giescher to send but go to the advanced plan. This will be decided to return us. The arrangement of the destiny to submit to the will of the people. There is no end. The abandonment has not returned us, but the defeat will definitely be decided to infiltrate back to say you, too. The glorious name of the do, Sure Jean, new, shall may party under the ground is 1. Back to Wei I. Living in concealment on the past. The foundation is dense with scarlet. Come to move the crisp dry place. Come to pay not to pay. The scripture has already pressed down to beat Fong Quan's research and technology department in the 2nd year of the year, sacrifice flesh and blood, the 6th year after the death of Yuan. The beginning of the opening style of the right words of the empty time, more where the letter of the letter you leave me is the duly box post. The arrival of the foundation has already decided to agree to your frequency section to see this little stinky. She sees only the lazy face of the Tao head mirror. Wei Wei's closed sleep rabbit wearing the mirror. I die Shinfa medium painting. Frequency view open point. Frequency view is attached to the first creed of the Shishi top. Roan looked inside to open him. Strange and good. This attached material and frequency view is large. Also left outside the surface. Now floating time box words left Wei. The word to Wei entered him, the fence rope inspection point. Light up with the screen of the foreground control data, sound transfer machine with the accompaniment of the accompaniment. After the button moves to open and press, the thick dust goes to wipe him, the front control operator arrives. The screen of the big split into 2 is the front of the square again. The control operator database is dense red scarlet, is far away from the present. Open the door of the big ladder electricity after waiting for a second. The inside ladder electricity enters step by step him, ascends slowly to the door, the large metal accompanying. Chest seal. Home return to welcome the joy. The sound of the sound into the child electricity connects tightly. Trace back to the upper body he is, the light green path, a shot on the ladder electricity. The back button presses down. The entrance ladder electricity arrives step by step. The floor 2 under the ground is naturally the material ceremony, Wei, and so the newsletter wants to be heavy to think of him, the instrument to test the species and the product to put the living things to use. The main domain area is wide under the ground. Go to the top of the ladder electricity. The field is wide to step behind. The head nodded, listening to the chest seal. Prepare for you is the west and east many. You are the Lord for you is the old to rely on the direction to not the new. After the defeat lost the plan to penetrate the back and the courtyard research red scarlet line to not line this line to see. Oh. The shore side reaches the end, upflowing against. The word 8 into a group is still in the heart of the domain area. The Tukong stars formed, lit up one by one in the field of the big lamp. The field is wide under the ground foundation of the dense red scarlet, is the front eye in the present. Wide open suddenly line of sight, the head to the end of the aisle opening. Good really, the feeling of the same. The flow of warmth flowed from the center of him. Between the precious treasures to fight for him. Hey Xiaoyu to reach the ground is even better. The thick door is thick and thick. The ability to move from the door is dark. Kill and chase He Xiaoyu will. After the dream has not entered in himself, he knows that they know him. The intention of the old courtyard research Red Scarlet is to show the change of this. There are times thicker than before, and the door is dark. This appears him, close slowly. The door is dark, accompanying him. The inner path is open to walk and then follow. Stunned for a moment, he cannot help but raise the voice to listen. Retreat from behind to enter. You are in the general door dark. Home, to welcome the joy. Chest seal. When the sound of the sound becomes the child electricity, with this, and slowly open the door is dark, after the blood drips in. The foundation of the secret courtyard research Red Scarlet, at the dark entrance of the door, looked at him. The ground is smashed open. The grass is mixed up. The region is full of weeds. The inner courtyard doctor abandoned him. The white side of the sign is. Dao eyes rolled up, cannot bear to see him. Work. The strength of the transformation is large enough to fight the white side of the main body. Load has been loaded to the chest seal weapon throw. Load has been loaded to the disc suction weapon martial style attached to the suction fighting from. The disc suction came to pounce on the receiver and stretched out, smiling the chest seal. Come to pounce on him, he jumped up from the ground, saw only, and fell to the side of the white side of the voice. Hug. Specks of light appear in the floating eyes. The white ash followed. He looked down and turned his head fiercely, came to feel that his hair was also like a disc suction. The grass mixed with eating and gnawing on the wooden expression, squatting on the ground to suck, to look at him far away. Dao walked to the left side, turn around, and when he woke up to the side of the white side to listen, then in the disc suction, go to the left side of the road. The trace of the law protector great disc suction began to search. The inner courtyard doctor abandoned into the step. He was. The moon looked up. The courtyard doctor on the top floor was lying on the ground. Did the disc suction time? The doctors of the regional hospital abandoned him and came here to take care of him. The time to rush back was small. The use of the report was more to obtain this. The contact person did not come with him. The line did not line up. The Academy Research and Technology Department resisted the choice to wait for another time. The model person Chang Zheng recovered. This reason he will not say. The question is whether he should be enlightened to advance the bloodline 001 for him to give, and then use it to create a change to the domain next time. Enlightened to advance the bloodline 372 points to bring him to give the lobster big spicy numbness. Way second time. With the request for the evolution to reach the ability to enlighten the advancement bloodline 001 points to discover that he is to be heavier. The matter back is to be able to gift the heavens. Waiting to fill him. The middle mouth of the gift of things Wei is to go to the ground of the Fong foundation of the dense red scarlet dynasty. Zibu is to take a step to him, occasionally failing. After landing steadily, rush slowly to use force to think of using him, the front landing feet double. Jump down to the top floor from the diameter of him. The place behind the position is black and small, determined. Come quickly, black and small, circling fog, black and hazy, to the bone of the Fong ground buried in the wasteland only see. Fong she looked to the west, and saw the top of the mountain was still standing. The building was more than 1 meter tall. He climbed up and down block 03, and the rest of his journey was a walk down. Xiang Fong remembered along the way. The collapsed city has long since been abandoned in the inner city, where a large number of branches have been built. Is it not a good idea to plant something to support it? In order to integrate the construction of the city and the management of the natural resources and resources of the region. The creeping vines curl like a web of spiders, crawl up the walls and build close to them. The slimy creeping vines stay behind. The creeping vines leave a path of retreat in front of the damage. Zhou Weiqi and Gu Huan are not only aiming at him, but also at the middle road street. On the way, he continued to follow, and after that he continued to pass, interspersed with little ones. There's no way to beat the small talk, but the evolution of the bloodline .1 is outstanding. The bird flies to life, the domain leads to death kill. Politeness returns with elastic force reading. Once it comes, it will break the fruit. If you're used to it, you'll also seal the chess. Once the gun rings, it will strike the enemy. When the projectile hit his head, he tried to return it to the map, but Li Jiabin changed in the opposite direction. Kali did not have it, but the bird did not fly. For a long, long time, the Sutra of Endurance has become his. The screeching ear-piercers set off, and the top of him was circling the bird. The foundation of the road was dense, red, scarlet forward. At the same time, the spear in the right hand became a grip. When it was retracted, it was sealed in the chest. In the hollow space, from the hair and feathers mixed with the meat, minced, the body of the bird flew. The black hollow space was spinning, and the crisp sound of the sound was accompanied. Chapter 150. Along with the changes in his body, Fengqi found that his body was shrouded in blood-red and golden light. Finally, the two types of energy merged together and completely enveloped him. Crack! A sound like an eggshell cracking sounded in his mind. Just like the Big Bang, the originally invisible sea of consciousness gradually turned into a clear golden mist in the haze. This time, he could clearly see the reserves and changes of his mental power. Along with the formation of the sea of consciousness, a golden bead condensed in the center area. He could vaguely see a blood-red bead inside. At the same time, there were 8 beads of different colors revolving around the golden red bead in the center. After focusing his consciousness, he found that the 8 beads on the outside were the 8 innate abilities that he had obtained after killing the domain creatures. The feeling of evolution was very strange. It was as if the level of life had been elevated. Fengqi's understanding of his body structure became clearer. His sea of consciousness turned into a universe that had exploded from chaos. The golden red bead was his body, and the innate ability that circled the golden bead was astral form. The evolution lasted for a long time. The originally thin golden mist in his sea of consciousness kept increasing. Finally, the entire sea of consciousness turned into a sea of clouds formed by the golden mist. The golden red bead shuttled through the sea of clouds with the 8 innate abilities. When he came back to his senses, he found that the blood-red and golden mist that had circled around his body had disappeared. Flesh and blood had grown on his body that was originally just a skeleton. The rotten smell on the surface of his body had also disappeared. At this time, Fengqi's appearance was no different from reality. It was just that his skin was fairer and his muscles were well-proportioned. He was not the muscular man that the narrator had expected. Realizing that he had become a human again, a smile appeared on his face. He knew that his guess was correct. Since his bloodline was human, it was reasonable to say that he could evolve into a normal person. At this moment, he could even clearly hear the blood flowing in his body and the sound of his strong and powerful heartbeat. Whoa, that's pretty big. When Fengqi heard the voice of the narrator, he subconsciously looked down. Then he realized that he was now naked. He was not wearing any clothes at all. However, he did not reach out to cover himself. After all, this wasn't the real world. There was no need to be so reserved. Who were they trying to hide for? Everyone, come take a look. There's an exhibitionist who has just transformed into a human. It's swaying as it walks. It's so scary. Shut up. Ignoring the voiceover's complaints, he called out the attribute panel. At this moment, the details of his attributes had changed. Bones of steel, thorns, regeneration, fangs, evil thoughts, blood source, nightmare, tenacity, level 5, very strong living dead. Fengqi, comprehensive strength assessment. bronze, low level, mental strength, dark iron, intermediate, prefix title, very strong. Increases physical strength by 30% and greatly enhances self-recovery ability. Toughness LV6, nightmare, blood source, evil thoughts, upgradable. Tough Fong, upgradable prefix title, regeneration, cells, LV1, thorns LV1, upgradable prefix title, bloodline. Human, intermediate, bloodline evolution points, 7, 710, 000 bloodline ability. Human body, battle body, switch, in addition to the great improvement of his overall strength. He had also received a huge boost. He discovered that he had an additional bloodline ability pain. What made him puzzled was the description of the human body and battle body. Especially after the battle body, there was the word switch, which made him puzzled. In my opinion, this should be a switch of form. Didn't you notice that your current physical strength is very weak? On the other hand, the increase in mental strength might be due to the change of form. Maybe you can explore this area. The voiceover said that his current physical strength was very weak. He had also noticed this point. After completing the evolution, he felt a sense of weakness. It was as if his originally strong body had been greatly weakened after the evolution. What followed was a large increase in mental strength, which allowed him to clearly sense the outside world. Everything in his line of sight became very clear. He did not even need to use his consciousness to sense the wandering spirit particles in the air. He could vaguely see them with his vision. From this, it could be seen that the evolution's increase was completely biased towards the strengthening of the mental strength. This kind of strengthening allowed him to control telekinesis more easily. If it was not for the fact that he did not have an innate ability, his control over telekinesis would have also been greatly improved after the evolution. However, his innate ability for cultivation was not as outstanding. His physical strength had obviously been weakened. It was as if all the power had been integrated into the spiritual plane, and one side was increasing. Could it be that I can switch forms and then convert my mental strength into physical strength? That's my guess, but it might not be right. Maybe you could try to study it. With doubts, Feng Qi began to study himself. During this time, he controlled his telekinesis and could clearly see the consumption of mental strength in his spiritual sea. If his mental strength before was a river, then his current mental strength reserve was a lake. Whether it was the quantity or the quality, it had been significantly improved. While exploring, his consciousness touched the golden red bead in the center of his spiritual sea. Suddenly, the red light inside the bead penetrated the golden bead and gradually dyed the bead red. The golden color on the outside retreated to the inside. In the end, the bead turned into a blood-red bead wrapped in gold. Feng Qi's body also underwent a drastic change at this moment. The flesh on the surface of his body turned into a bloody mist and was absorbed by his bones. The feeling of weakness that filled his heart disappeared. The moment he opened his eyes, he found that he had returned to the appearance of a living dead. But now in the form of a skeleton, his body no longer emitted a rotten smell, and blood-red lines appeared on the surface of his bones. It made him look very ferocious and terrifying, like a villain in a movie. As he clenched his fist, he could clearly feel a surge of power surging in his body, but the golden mist in his spiritual sea had obviously decreased by more than half. This made him realize, after his human bloodline evolved to the intermediate level, he had the ability to switch combat forms at will. The total amount of origin power in his body did not change. After switching to the human form, his combat mode was completely biased towards spells that consumed mental strength. After switching to the battle form, his combat mode was more toward physical cultivation. Feng Qi was briefly surprised by the changes in his body, but he quickly accepted them. Compared to the living dead form that always emitted a rotten smell, it was much better to be able to switch between two forms at will. He finally didn't have to worry about being unable to contact people from the future. I think your analysis is wrong. Your battle form is obviously stronger than your human form. Although your origin power is one and can be distributed after switching forms, all your talent abilities are suitable for your battle form. You can only use mental strength in your human form. Based on the above, your battle form is the strongest. Feng Qi agreed with the narrator's explanation. Before mastering powerful spells, he felt that it was better to use his battle form in the future dream. Not only was his defense strong, but his talent abilities were also biased toward melee combat. This wasn't reality, and being good-looking was useless. Mental strength could be used to assist in combat, but his mental strength would not be enough to fight purely with mental strength. His battle form was evaluated to be at the lower bronze level, while his mental strength was evaluated to be at the intermediate iron level. It was clear at a glance which was stronger and which was weaker. At this moment, the evolution was complete. He was suddenly looking forward to what changes would happen after he evolved to the advanced human bloodline. Blind guess. The two forms have completely fused. One form controls two extreme powers. That's not bad. At least I don't need to switch forms. After familiarizing himself with the changes after the evolution, Feng Qi didn't waste any time. He stepped out of room 201 and returned to the data control console. In the following time, he began to look through the information of the brain in a vat left by his peers at the Scarlet Institute. If this plan was to be implemented, he would have to bear all the pain he would experience in the future. But it would also allow him to live another life. The knowledge he learned and the things he experienced in the future would become his memories. Just as Vivian said, it was equivalent to being reincarnated, and he would still have the memories of his previous life. It would allow him to learn more information that was not recorded in the mailbox. As for the pain, he felt that he could bear it. Since he had decided to walk this path of salvation, he had already prepared himself to become a sacrifice in one of the future lines and create value for himself in another line. Looking through the information of the brain in a vat, he gradually entered a learning state. At this time, he didn't pay attention to the outside world and only focused on reading. But his foundation in biological science was shallow, and he always had to stop and read repeatedly during the learning process. So he tried to switch back to his human form. At this time, he was surprised to find that his memory had greatly improved and even his analytical ability had improved. Looking through the information related to the brain in a vat, he could easily memorize the content. This discovery made him excited. Although he didn't gain the ability to have unlimited memory, as long as he continued to become stronger and his spiritual sea grew stronger, his memory would also improve significantly. In other words, the increase in his strength was already linked to the increase in his memory. After a brief moment of excitement, he continued to immerse himself in learning. He decided to fulfill Vivian's last wish and bring the information of the brain in a vat back to reality. When the next timeline opened, he would give it to the Scarlet Institute. This way, the Scarlet Institute could start a new research direction. Maybe they could create a miracle in their research. Maybe they could develop a super research that could change the fate of humanity. With the help of the Scarlet Institute, he found that the path of saving the world was much easier. Every time he came to the future dream, not only could he obtain the gift of the blind box, but the Scarlet Institute could also help him with many things that he didn't understand and needed to investigate. He was not alone. Time passed quickly, and Feng Qi carefully went through the plan of the brain in a vat twice. In human form, his memory efficiency was at least 3 times higher. Originally, he would have needed a longer time to memorize the information, but now he could clearly remember it in his mind. After closing the information page of the brain in a vat, he turned around and walked towards the elevator. While there was still time, he decided to verify something. After passing the identity verification, he came to the first floor of the underground square of the Scarlet Base. As the elevator door opened, he saw a mess. Xiaohei was still fighting with the suction cup. The surrounding buildings had collapsed, and even the star lantern on the ceiling was mostly broken. But the suction cup was obviously exhausted. The crystal jade flowing on the surface of his body had dimmed a lot, and the speed of his punches had also slowed down. As he walked towards the entrance, Feng Qi switched back to his battle form. The flesh on the surface of his body turned into a bloody mist and was absorbed by the bones. He became a skeleton again, and a scarlet flame burned in his head. Suction cup, kill him. After cheering for the suction cup, he walked towards the metal tunnel without looking back. You're too perfunctory. Revolutions are always accompanied by sacrifices, but one day, I'll avenge her. 100 million times? Feng Qi was speechless. He felt helpless against Xiao Hei's strength. Fortunately, he had the help of the suction cup. Otherwise, the time he stayed in the future dream would be very short. After leaving the Scarlet Base through the metal tunnel, he walked out of the abandoned hospital and ran straight towards the Star City Sanctuary. The wind whistled in his ears as he ran. After completing the bloodline evolution, his physical fitness had been greatly strengthened, and his running speed had also increased significantly. If he activated his bloodline form now, he even felt that he could arm wrestle with Xiao Hei. Of course, he knew that this was just an illusion brought about by the increase in strength. Xiao Hei was like a bug. At least at this stage, there was no way to kill him. Therefore, he was a little tempted. Could he consider joining the Science and Technology Research Institute in the next future to find a way to control Xiao Hei? If he succeeded, he would be blessed by the left suction cup and the right Xiao Hei in the future. In this future dream world, he could do whatever he wanted. If you can really control Xiao Hei, you can even walk backwards, crawl, or even stand on your head, let alone walk sideways. Feng Qi was speechless. After a few hours of running, he arrived at the boneyard. Without stopping, he continued to run west, passing by the Star City shelter along the way. It wasn't that he didn't want to look through the technique information and other information. It was just that time was limited and there was no time for him to look through the technique information. He had stayed in the Scarlet Base for too long, and the suction cup was obviously tired now. He even suspected that Xiao Hei had come out not long after he left the Scarlet Base. In that case, he might as well use this time to verify a guess. When Feng Qi stopped, he was already standing in front of the thick mist. He turned his head to the east and began to wait. Time passed slowly, and after about 20 minutes, he suddenly shouted at the mist, "Lin Ran, come out!" At the same time, his spirit power turned into telekinesis and poured into the mist. It was like waves crashing forward, stirring up the mist. Under his provocation, a blurry human face slowly appeared in the mist. He could roughly tell that the face was Lin Ran. Just as he guessed, the Lord of the Mist was not a person, but whoever it parasitized, it was that person. Therefore, Lao Wang did not betray humanity. "Who are you?" A voice rang in his mind. "I'm your father." Feng Qi raised his middle finger. As soon as he finished speaking, the turbulent mist rushed toward him, and he decisively turned and ran east. However, his running speed could not be compared to the speed at which the mist was spreading, and he was soon caught by the mist. At the critical moment of life and death, he looked at Xiao Hei, who was quickly approaching him, and shouted, "Brother Charcoal, save me." Before he died, he did not want to let the Lord of the Black Mist have it easy, so he tried to divert the disaster. Chapter 151. A smile appeared on Feng Qi's face as he looked at Xiao Hei, who was quickly flying over from afar. After he left the Scarlet Secret Base, the remaining time was not enough for him to study in the Star City Sanctuary. At that time, he made a decision. He used the little time he had left to test the Lord of Mist. The reason he waited for more than 20 minutes in front of the mist was to wait for Xiao Hei's arrival. He wanted to give the Lord of Mist a Xiao Hei gift before he died. His vision was gradually covered by the mist. Then he saw Xiao Hei transform into a black mist and come into contact with the mist. Instantly, the grayish-white mist dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The negative energy contained in the mist was quickly devoured. According to the information provided by the Scarlet Institute after studying Xiao Hei could consume any form of energy. Therefore, Xiao Hei could also easily consume the negative energy in the mist. Facing Xiao Hei's attack, the mist surged wildly and slammed towards Xiao Hei in his mist form like a tidal wave. Xiao Hei did not reject the attack. The mist dissipated instantly when it came into contact with Xiao Hei. It did not even have the chance to unleash its power before it became Xiao Hei's food, making him stronger. At that time, the Lord of Mist's attention was completely focused on Xiao Hei. It only restrained Feng Qi and did not do anything else. Therefore, other than being unable to move, Feng Qi could still calmly watch the battle from the side. Looking at Xiao He, who was handling the Lord of Mist's attacks with ease, he was once again shocked by Xiao He's strength. Oh my god, Xiao He is an energy killer. If you can gain control of Xiao He, you will be invincible against any form of energy attack. What if the enemy attacks me directly? Then let Xiao He spread out into a black mist and envelop you. That way, you'll be wearing Xiao He armor that's immune to magic. By then, you'll be invincible with the suckers as your attack and Xiao He as your defense. After listening to the narrator's explanation, Feng Qi was completely moved. His desire to control Xiao He became even stronger. At that very moment, the battle between Xiao He and the Lord of Mist was still ongoing. No matter how the Lord of Mist attacked, Xiao He's body would absorb the mist. It was simply incapable of breaking through Xiao He's defense. When the suckers fought against Xiao He for the first time, Feng Qi saw that the sucker's physical attacks couldn't do anything to Xiao He. Therefore, he felt that perhaps only an energy attack could defeat Xiao He. As he got to know Xiao He better, he realized that he was completely wrong. Compared to physical attacks, Xiao He was more effective against energy attacks. Physical attacks might not be able to do anything to Xiao He, but not only were energy attacks ineffective, they would even become Xiao He's nourishment. He couldn't imagine how terrifying the Xiao He third form mentioned in the Scarlet Institute's data, which was Xiao He in his complete form, would be. He might even reach the highest level known to mankind, the Chaos level. The battle was still ongoing. Although the Lord of Mist was powerful, it couldn't resist Xiao He at all. Looking at Xiao He, who was still fighting the Lord of Mist, Feng Qi automatically imagined the numbers that appeared above the black mist and the gray mist. Lord of Mist's energy -1 Xiao He's attribute increase +1 as the battle went on. Xiao He's attacks in his black mist form became fiercer and fiercer. The black mist gathered into an ocean and pressed down on Feng Qi's position. Under Xiao He's all-out attack, the Lord of Mist instantly cowered. The mist filled with negative energy chose to retreat, and Feng Qi also retreated. However, the Lord of Mist obviously didn't expect that Xiao He's target was Feng Qi, who was restrained by him. Seeing Feng Qi retreating, Xiao He didn't have any intention of letting him go. The black mist continued to press forward. After retreating a few hundred meters, the mist gathered into a human face and roared at Xiao He as if it was warning him. Xiao He ignored the Lord of Mist's warning and continued to press forward. He looked like he wanted to mess with Feng Qi. So what could Feng Qi do? As expected of the Black Grandson, he's ruthless but doesn't talk much. If he can fight, he won't talk. Seeing that the Lord of Mist was being bullied by Xiao He, Feng Qi laughed happily. The Lord of Mist was obviously subdued by Xiao He. It couldn't beat him even if it wanted to, and it was useless to show off its strength. Other than retreating, there was nothing else it could do. After retreating a few hundred meters, the Lord of Mist seemed to be completely enraged. The surging fog began to converge and shrink. Even the fog chains that bound Feng Qi dissipated at this moment, converging towards the central region. Feng Qi immediately fell to the ground. Under Feng Qi's astonished gaze, the mist finally gathered into Lin Rant's appearance. Without the mist, countless ferocious spirits that were originally hidden in the mist appeared. They started to circle and dance above the Lord of Mist's head. Compared to the Lin Ran in his memory, the current Lin Ran looked very demonic. His hair and eyes turned purple. He stared expressionlessly at Xiao He, who was charging at him again. As the demonic purple light in the Lord of Mist's eyes flowed, he suddenly threw a punch forward. This time, the Lord of Mist changed his attack method. He clearly realized that his energy-based attacks couldn't do anything to Xiao He. His fist moved forward very slowly, but it seemed to be pushing through the entire space. As his fist pushed forward, fine black cracks appeared in front of his fist. They quickly healed. This punch had actually shattered space. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the ground trembled. The fist mark that came out of his body plowed a gully more than 10 meters deep in the ground. It kept pushing forward, sweeping up gravel and sand along the way and smashing them toward Xiaohei. When the fist mark came into contact with Xiaohei, it instantly passed through him. Xiaohei continued to press down on the Lord of Black Mist as if he hadn't been attacked at all. Seeing this, the Lord of Mist, who had been calm all this while, showed a shocked expression. Looking at Xiaohei, who was closing in on him, he suddenly turned around and leaped into the air. Seeing that the Lord of Mist was trying to escape, Feng Qi immediately shouted, "You're running away just like that? Aren't you going to bring me along?" In the face of Feng Qi's provocation, the Lord of Mist didn't answer. As he twisted his body in the air, he suddenly threw a palm strike at him. Immediately, a strong gust of wind blew, and the oncoming force pressed him to the ground, immobilizing him. Immediately after, his body started to break apart at an extremely fast speed. When his bones shattered inch by inch, his vision turned black, and he turned into a pile of powder. After Feng Qi died, a deep five-fingered palm mark appeared where he had been. After the Lord of Mist fled, Xiaohei didn't chase after him. Instead, he floated to where Feng Qi was. The black mist covered the front and started to devour the powder left behind by Feng Qi after his death. However, Feng Qi could no longer see this scene. When he opened his eyes, Feng Qi realized that he had returned to reality. This palm strike had caught him off guard. He had wanted to provoke the Lord of Mist on purpose in an attempt to make him stay and continue his battle with Xiaohei. However, he had not expected the Lord of Mist to slap him with the back of his hand, causing him to die instantly. However, even with the Lord of Mist's powerful abilities, he couldn't do anything to Xiaohei. It's hard to imagine how the Science and Technology Research Institute created Xiaohei. Fortunately, the Science and Technology Research Institute didn't manage to control Xiaohei. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Feng Qi immediately nodded when he heard that. When he was still weak, he felt that Xiaohei would be killed by him sooner or later. That was why he said, "I'll definitely do it next time." However, the more he understood, the more powerless he felt when facing Xiaohei. At this stage, Xiaohei was an existence that couldn't be defeated. Even the Lord of Mist, who could easily destroy all of humanity, could only run away when facing him. If he wanted to increase his strength to be able to contend with Xiaohei, he didn't know how many times he would have to enter the future dream. Perhaps hundreds of times, perhaps thousands of times. Think of it this way. The stronger Xiaohei is, the stronger you will be when you gain control of Xiaohei. That makes sense? After listening to the narrator's explanation, Feng Qi grinned. He stood up from the sofa, went to the desk, and opened his notebook. He began to record his gains in the future dream this time. He used his telekinesis to grab the pen on the table and began to write in the notebook under his control. The first was the increase in strength. This time, he obtained the special ability and prefix title Steel Bones in the future dream. After killing 8 small snails, he was upgraded to level 3. The current effect was to increase his bone strength by 60%. The most important thing was that he had finally completed a bloodline evolution, and his overall strength had been greatly improved. At the same time, he had the ability to switch between human and battle forms. At this point, a guess came to Feng Qi's mind, so he closed his eyes. Suddenly, a golden ocean appeared in his mind. He used his consciousness to touch the golden bead in his mind. The blood inside surged and quickly covered the golden bead. When he opened his eyes, he found that he had changed into his battle form. His flesh and blood had dissipated, leaving only his skeleton. After looking down at himself carefully, he decisively switched back to human form. Although he was strong in his battle form, if he walked out of the dormitory, he would definitely be surrounded and attacked by domain transcendent creatures. He wouldn't even know how he died then. This is considered an additional life-saving ability. If you encounter an assassination or when your life is in danger, you can switch to your battle form and then activate your blood origin ability. Use your large chest muscles to squeeze the assassin to death. Feng Qi was speechless. Next, he began to record his gains. First, it was clear that the Tiger Soul Institute had also been infiltrated by domain transcendent forces, and the super technique that ultimately destroyed humanity was developed by the Tiger Soul Institute. Second, it was confirmed that Lao Wang didn't betray humanity. In the previous timeline, he was only controlled, possessed, by the Lord of Fog. Third, it was highly likely that Xiao Hei's loss of control was related to the Tiger Soul Institute. The Tiger Soul Institute's interference source plan was probably prepared for Xiao Hei. The goal was to destroy the rise of the Technology Research Institute. Note, the domain transcendent forces aren't completely united. This could be used to benefit humanity in the future. Fourth, it was detailed information about the brain in a vat. Fifth, it wasn't a specific person who could become the Lord of Fog's host. Anyone could become its host. Note, give up on the idea of stopping Lin Ran from developing techniques. Even if Lin Ran was gone, there would be another person. As long as it was an influential person, there would be a chance of becoming the new Lord of Fog. This time, he gained a lot from the future dream. He had once again dug up a werewolf organization hidden in human civilization. Moreover, this organization was most likely stronger than the domain transcendent force behind the Technology Research Institute. At least based on the current information, the Technology Research Institute was clearly no match for the Tiger Soul Institute, where the Lord of Fog was. Otherwise, the Tiger Soul Institute wouldn't have been able to invade their home. After he finished recording, Feng Qi began to think about a problem. Since the blood and flesh sacrifice would become the switch for the Lord of Fog to destroy humanity, could he develop a technique to fight against the blood and flesh sacrifice and completely eliminate the hidden dangers left behind by the blood and flesh sacrifice? If the blood and flesh sacrifice was a virus, then the countermeasure technique he envisioned would be the vaccine. Humans who had been vaccinated would naturally not have to be afraid of the hidden dangers left behind by the blood and flesh sacrifice. It was better to let it go. If this could be done, then not only would the blood and flesh sacrifice not harm humanity, but it would also become a helping hand in the development of human cultivation. By then, the blood and flesh sacrifice would become a god-level technique without any hidden dangers. It's difficult, but it's worth a try. I can already imagine the Lord of Fog's dumbfounded expression when the switch fails to work. The leak that he's worked so hard to raise for 1,500 years is gone. He'll probably be in the mood to vomit blood. Ha ha. Ha ha. After listening to the narrator's analysis, Feng Qi's imagination automatically filled in the gaps, and he laughed along. Chapter 152. Star City University. When Feng Qi woke up early in the morning, he received a call from Feng Zhio. He told Feng Zhio that he had completed the withdrawal procedures and that he could report to Star City University at any time. When Feng Qi heard the news, he immediately told Feng Zhio that he could report to the university today. Feng Zhio didn't refuse. He told Feng Zhio that he had already packed his luggage and would come over soon. After washing up, he went to the entrance of Star City University and waited. An hour later, Feng Zhio arrived with his parents. After explaining the situation to the security guard and receiving confirmation from Bai Fuxing, Feng Zhio's father drove Feng Qi to Star City University. The scenery of Star City University along the way made Feng Zhio's parents sigh with emotion. Star City University was their dream when they were young, but it was also their regret. This was also the reason why they wanted Feng Zhio to enter Star City University. They hoped that Feng Zhio could make up for their regret when they were young. Now, Feng Zhio used a different method to enter Star City University. Half of their dream had been completed. The car slowly drove to the front of the dormitory building. With Feng Qi accompanying him, Feng Zhio completed the dormitory registration. His room was room 302, which was right next to his. Then, Feng Zhio's parents carried bags of various sizes and began to help Feng Zhio tidy up his room. After they finished tidying up, Feng Qi brought Feng Zhio's parents and Feng Zhio to Shuefu restaurant for breakfast. During this time, Feng Zhio's parents became more and more satisfied with Star City University. Before they left, they kept reminding Feng Zhio to study hard and achieve great things. Feng Qi had no doubt that if he said he could accompany them, they would definitely choose to stay here. After Feng Zhio's parents left, he brought Feng Zhio to Bai Fuxing to get a key to the school's computer room. That was where Feng Zhio would work on the virtual engine in the future. There was also a cubicle that could be used as a lounge. As for the formation of a virtual game team, Feng Qi and Feng Zhio discussed it. During this period, Feng Zhio told him a piece of good news. He had met a group of game enthusiasts on the internet, and some of them were art enthusiasts. They had the idea of perfecting a virtual reality game with him. This was undoubtedly good news for Feng Qi. It saved him the trouble of hiring an art designer. As for the lack of artistic skills, there was no need to worry. In the future, after the virtual engine was completed, he would have to start learning and exploring from scratch based on the content of the virtual engine. As long as one was willing to learn, their skills would not be a problem. Feng Qi handed over the task of building the team to Feng Zhio. He also told Feng Zhio that he could look for him directly for any future arrangements for the art team. When the time came, he would find a way to arrange for them to enter Star City University. In the face of Feng Qi's trust, Feng Zhio also appeared to be full of confidence. Growing up under the pressure of his parents, this was the first time he felt that he was free and wanted to do something big. After making arrangements for Feng Zhio, Feng Qi returned to the dormitory. Feng Zhio's plan here was on the right track, but there was still a problem that had not been solved. Follow-up financial support. Other than Feng Zhio, who held shares and did not need to be paid, the other art staff definitely needed to be paid. Otherwise, who would work for him for free? Other than that, there was also the cost of advertising in the future. There was also the outsourced game music production, etc. He realized that there were still many areas where he needed to spend money. A few million was like a drop in the bucket. It was not enough at all. He still had to think of other ways to solve the problem of the lack of funds. Now, the idea in his mind was to wait for the right time to bring Lu Yu, Mu Qing, and the others to the domain to collect resources. The domain was full of danger, but the profits were also very high. If a battle team went to a low-risk domain battle team, it would not be a problem to earn tens of millions. If it was a high-risk domain with rich resources, it would be very easy to break 100 million. In this world, the warriors in the domain battle teams earned the most. They even earned more than the researchers in the research institutes. They were living a life of danger, and their lives could be lost at any time. Furthermore, the research resources of the various research institutes were all obtained by the warriors of these combat squads who fought in the domain. Time passed quickly as he planned for the future. Looking at the time, it was already lunchtime. He immediately got up and walked out of the dormitory. Restaurant. Gan Fan and the other two gathered at the north corner of Shuefu Restaurant. While eating, Lin Ran looked up and sized up Feng Qi from time to time. Finally, he could not help but ask, "Brother Qi, why do I feel that you have become more handsome? Is there?" Feng Qi continued to eat heartily and asked without raising his head. "Yes, definitely. I feel that your aura has obviously improved. Did you come up with a special technique that can improve your looks recently?" Lin Ran put down his chopsticks and said with certainty. Feng Qi naturally knew the answer to Lin Ran's doubts. This time, after completing the bloodline evolution in the future dream, he realized that he had become more good-looking. Especially his skin, it was white with a hint of rosy. It was very tender and seemed like it could be broken by the wind. Damn sissy form, how is it good-looking? The battle form is better. The dark red lines on the bones are so handsome. If you activate your bloodline form, you'll be even more handsome. You will be full of strength and can kill a sissy with one punch. Brother Qi, your looks are comparable to mine now. You are really handsome. Lin Ran affirmed again. Handsome my foot. Show him your battle form. He will definitely be scared to tears. Feng Qi, he was actually a little dissatisfied with the change in his human form. He wasn't used to the fact that his originally healthy complexion had turned into his current appearance. However, he had no choice. The characteristic of his human form was that he added all his attribute points to his mental strength. His physical body appeared very weak. His battle form was completely different. He added all his attribute points to his physical strength. He even gave up on his physical body. After he obtained the steel bones ability, his bones were harder than steel. His close combat ability was also greatly improved. However, in comparison, he wanted a more comprehensive form. He added his attribute points to balance. He ignored Lin Ran, who was praising his looks. He lowered his head and continued eating. Lin Ran was very concerned about the change in his looks. However, Mu Qing, who was sitting opposite him, did not react. She had nothing in her eyes other than food. When she ate delicious food, her face would be filled with an expression of bliss and intoxication. She would be fully immersed in eating. When he ate with Mu Qing, Feng Qi realized that his appetite also became very good. He felt that with Mu Qing's ability to eat, she would probably be able to attract a lot of fans before the cataclysm. After lunch, he bade farewell to Mu Qing, who was only half full. He and Lin Ran went straight to the library. There were no classes in the afternoon. He decided to spend the afternoon studying with Lin Ran in the library. At the same time, he decided not to stop Lin Ran from learning techniques and knowledge in the future. After all, even without Lao Wang and Lin Ran, the Lord of Mist could still find a new parasitic target. Lin Ran was very surprised by Feng Qi's change in attitude and the fact that he even took the initiative to get him a book on basic knowledge of techniques and research. Sitting in the reading room, Lin Ran looked up at Feng Qi from time to time. Finally, he could not help but ask, "Brother Qi, have you been possessed? You didn't allow me to learn techniques and knowledge yesterday. Why did you change your mind today?" When he thought about the change in Feng Qi's looks, Lin Ran was even more confused. Looking up at Lin Ran, who was looking at him suspiciously, Feng Qi said expressionlessly, "I'm sure I haven't been possessed. However, you have to be careful. The path of researching techniques is very risky. There's a real possibility of being possessed." "Huh? What do you mean?" "I can't be bothered to explain. You won't listen to me even if I tell you. You won't believe me even if I tell you. You won't change your mind even if you believe me." "Brother Qi, how did you become a riddle teller like Lu Yu?" Lin Ran was confused. "I'm reading and studying," Feng Qi said without looking up. At this moment, he thought of Lin Ran, who had been parasitized by the Lord of Mist. He had purple hair and purple eyes, and his entire body exuded a strange aura. Lin Ran, who had been parasitized, had clearly lost his own consciousness. Apart from his body and name, he had completely become the Lord of Mist on the inside. When he thought about how Lin Ran suspected that he had been possessed, he suddenly had an idea. He put down the book and looked at Lin Ran. "Ran, let me ask you a question." Lin Ran, who was focused on reading techniques and knowledge, looked up curiously when he heard this. "What's wrong? Can you develop a special technique that allows your consciousness to resist the parasitism of the host when it's parasitized? Forgive me for being slow-witted, but I don't understand. For example, when your consciousness is parasitized by an external force, your consciousness is no match for the parasitized consciousness and will only be devoured. If your consciousness can resist the parasitized consciousness in an undetectable way, it can secretly lurk in the parasitized consciousness and slowly strengthen itself by devouring its power. Finally, you can devour the parasitized consciousness and take back your body." Lin Ran was speechless. "Brother Qi, have you really been possessed? Do you need such a special technique? Just think of it as me being possessed. Is there a way to resolve this?" Feng Qi immediately asked. Just now, he thought of a way to deal with the Lord of Mist. The specific method was to get Lin Ran to develop a technique. Before his consciousness was devoured, he would retain a seed to parasitize the Lord of Mist and absorb its power to strengthen himself. If this method worked, when he arrived in the year 1500, he would also snap his fingers at the Lord of Mist. By snapping his fingers, he would summon Lin Ran, who was parasitized in the Lord of Mist's consciousness, and let him take back his body. When the time came, Lin Ran, who had obtained the Lord of Mist's power, would definitely become a powerful aid in his future dream. Main narrator, Chuck Ceiling Thrower, Chuck Ceiling Thrower, Chuck-type automatic combat weapon, Blackie's magic immune armor, and a Lord of Fogmouth. If the plan succeeds, my narrator will become extremely powerful, ha ha ha. Feng Qi was speechless. Ignoring the narrator's ridicule, He looked at Lin Ran and waited for his answer. I haven't studied this before, but I don't want to waste my energy in this area. It feels useless. Do you believe me? Yes. Then let's try to create an anti-consciousness parasitism spell. Cannot research it. You research it, and I'll teach you techniques and knowledge. Okay. Hearing that Feng Qi was willing to teach him techniques and knowledge, Lin Ran smiled. Looking at Lin Ran, Feng Qi felt emotional. Now, he had planted a seed for the future. Whether it could sprout or not depended on Lin Ran's own efforts. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on his face. If we're fated to meet again in the future, maybe you'll become my companion. Chapter 153. Anti-D Chapter. Support for original reading. Please go to the starting point Chinese language website 3:45 minutes to refresh automatically. Come before you look very good at me. Just like this I have the ability to do. For a long time many students from the Fu School stepped on this just now. For there is a young man. The Dao mouth opened with a smile, followed by the chess seal fan, sizing up the Rinju Lu after the introduction of the fan life floating white. Facing Rinju Lu, below sitting in front of the sofa side left of Fu Bai arrived, cautiously restrained, not also chess seal. Fu Bai patted the side left of Fu Bai with a smile. Sit down, come. Dao called to move, when chess seal. Rinju Lu, gong shi. He cast his eyes on him. He came to enter the door to push the chess seal now. Sitting with Tan Pansheng, Fu Bai, and Shang Fasa, he smiled slightly. His nose was high, his eyes were deep, and his skin was slightly exposed. Between his arms, he wore a rolled-up sleeve shirt and a white shirt. His hair was short, and he wore glasses without a pair of glasses. His eyes were fixed on him. Xina and Yin Wen sat down to see the chess seal. The door opened and pushed. Come in. Come to pass on the face from the sound of Fu Bai. The back door knocked. At the entrance, the room chief major came to him, thinking about things. The line to crush and push horizontally to open, hang to open the foreplay to swim in and out, every time like the dream to enter not to enter, after going there, F.A. Fong's black small control to find it. There is a lack of interest credit, must obtain from can also F.A. Fong's black small control to find not to use. Some one spectrum depends on the Academy's research and technology department. To choose is natural. One chooses the two Academy's research and technology department and the Academy's research and technology department. Refuting the advancement reason to find the method has not returned to oneself. Waiting for the time to pretend he is the question. Pretend to be able to special is point to special a lot of chess seal, compared to rising Jin Wang, and now he. Mixed feelings arise in the heart. Chess seal to start to dress gradually, chatting and looking. To be able to touch is not to return, to say that I am right, but to ask not to hope, but to say that the person is not to meet the machine's premise. Ah, I did not disguise myself and did not return to the Academy's research center, who wanted to endow the heavens with me. Bai Ming also wanted to be your public teacher, but it was difficult to know how to take the record. The prerequisite was that the Academy's research center, was known to be me. With a smile on my lips, I seal the chess. Qi is still in the air, and I'm still in the air. Chess seal looks to the ground. Steel becomes not iron. Hate follows closely behind. When drinking tea, life will float in the mouth. If you can't, you have to think of a person who doesn't know how to use the machine. If you make a mistake, then you'll have to bear the consequences. As for the prerequisites for the name, you just have to give it to me. If I don't think it's fine for the time being, but if I go and say it's gone, what's left is left for me to provide for myself. I'm angry at you, master. Opening the chess seal at the entrance of the Tao. After the cup of tea, the delivery of birth is floating in the air. He followed him to the tea table and served him several cups of tea. As soon as the tea was served, he sat down on the sofa with his hair floating on it. Drink the tea and sit down. I'm angry at you, teacher. Smile with a grin to seal the chess pieces. Scold with a smile on the opposite side of floating white. Gifted to you. Fei Lang will only be left in here. Do you know the value of yourself? Out of here, I'll give you back in the present. You made a ruckus, Sheng Jin, and I. This is the cause. When the Tao is staring at the nonsense, suddenly the floating white. The Tao says it's true. Lying has no chest seal. To see that you're not pretending, to see that you're looking, to see that you're not looking at me just now. Let's talk about you, little stinky. When the situation changes, the floating white of the table, the room leader will return. At the entrance to the building, Master Lu sends the floating white and the chest seal. Gather again. Empty has the future. Leave first, there's me, Lao Bai. The Tao is floating white to look, standing up, Master Lu says. When the door is wide open, you study the soul of the tiger with the courtyard. When the law is changed, you'll be like the day. You're not the one who seeks the strong. The law is your own. After nodding his head, he was stunned for the time being. Master Lu, Bai Ming said very clearly the chest seal. The face of the law is this not and temporarily in the present. But the reform of the law is not allowed, or teaching the inner house to learn the city star in the law is in the present me, Master Lu. When the mouth of the road is open and laughing, he is. The goal of the fixed time is one, can also be vary him. When the premise of the admission is that the courtyard research soul of the tiger has been dyed forest. The choice is the best achievement for him and dyed forest. The position of the law is new important to think that he has reached the courtyard research soul of the tiger has not yet been promoted to Jin Wang. Refine the cultivation to try the wool silk powder. There's a large amount of cloth hair, a method of research. Only the heaven-level super reputation outside the boundary, dyed forest middle line, does not look like. Marching to the members to research the method's power, Xiangying has the need to naturally sacrifice flesh and blood. Li Xiangying's outside the boundary has appeared. Looking at it again is just to feel the chest seal, come to the special courtyard research soul of the tiger this time. Wait, control the understanding, kill the dark, despise. The law is the power of the domain, the back of the courtyard research soul of the tiger. Only the heavens kill how to choke. Rise quickly and appear quickly for the dyed forest will be clear literature people's heart worry. The power of the domain research soul of the tiger to show excellent. Excellent too much he is. It seems that the report of the information has been found, but the mistake of the research method to lead to the problem is naturally dyed forest. The style of the precedent is dyed forest history of people's crimes is successful. Nailing the eye into the back of the visual field, studying the back of the field of vision, studying the soul of the tiger, the fruit of the Mang Ray is possible. The danger is not reversed. The progress of the reverse Dharma power, the development of the study of the cultivation of the humanoid transformation is not only superior, but also better. Good is a bit mediocre is reversed. The research soul of the tiger enters. Look at the history of the current development. The history of people's crimes is successful. The problem is big. The development of the method development research of dyed forests more outstanding talent. The fog of the master confused into a change to Jin Wang. The cave tiger pool dragon is doubtful. The inner courtyard research soul of the tiger. The waves do not have the slightest heart. He at this moment, but the deep touch will allow him. The words this to listen. The previous phase is true. The research soul of the tiger solved in, before the power of the dream, to pass through to obtain in the result. The feeling is not the slightest. Come to listen to the chest seal and the words, but he is endowed with talent. He is able to use it well. The research soul of the tiger should go to the chest seal. The position of the inner courtyard study in the comparison, Xiang Chu Qing, is also him, but the birth of this chest seal is very happy. He who only Can's heart also spoke. This is obvious. The head nodded, unable to bear the side of the floating white. The words are heard. There are hundreds of millions of people, who cultivate tens of thousands of people. The sound of the shadow, the development of the method, the study of the cultivation, the push of the door research you can be. There are fewer people, the shadow can teach you. You are determined not to do the person who is suitable for many things. This person educates books and teaches. The heat emits the light of the road. This research method is after the position of the academy research soul of the tiger to be more suitable for you. The teacher should compare. You persuade me, if you return me, but the Tao continues for half a day, half a pause stopped him, half a speak. The person who raised the human to be a teacher should think. The method is like the method to think. The student who studies to be promoted to Jin Wang is not ashamed. The Tao laughs and continues to follow. The shock temporarily appears on his face. The expected person, Lu Liao, who, the obvious answer back to the chess seal. Seeing that he did not look, the choice of chess seal this pair. Knowing the opportunity to be sad, don't tell him to think like the color of the eyes made him give not a side. The eyes stare at the floating white, the answer back to the chess seal to listen. When the heavy punishment is the question, the main fog of the body, to cultivate the body to be confused when the will not say. What is the matter of the Academy research soul of the tiger, and do not want him to appear? Can all follow, want only, like the promotion of Jin Wang and the Academy research soul of the tiger, and think of him. The method of cultivation is large. The number of attacks in the library has not been added up again. Science is good at the most. He is learning to cultivate unexpectedly. Enter can definitely be willing to protect himself. Can also be him, the penetration of the law. Want to have to come not to use, touch not to think, and temporarily him, the line of this Academy research soul of the tiger. Dalyu is not the hair of the chess seal. Teach the Academy to stay and think. What do you do after graduation? Want to have the chess seal. The Tao laughs slightly. The chess seal hopes. The question is correct. Enter the Renju Lu. The next moment chat leisurely. It is still possible to control and control completely. With control and control, it is a rough guess to guess him. Setting up this position as the new master will sit and sit still. Controlling and control the back of the territory will research whether Pa, who is the new master Lu Chuqing, is not him. Refuse to resist. Some with the heart of the chess seal, the Renju Lu. Look regretful. The Renju Lu who showed his face said, to persuade him not to listen to his roots, to act alone, he cherishes it. He has nurtured him, he has thought about it. Xiao Exan looks good. Chong Fei. I am Sheng Jin Wang's first time. Regrettably, I also have to say, Sheng Jin Wang is sure Lao's predecessor you. Good teacher is always there and where. Dao Su modest face, seal the chess seal, praise opposite. Line to come not to the power of the domain of the force to choose, as expected. The inner circle fan control can still be dangerous wind. Evil. There is not a section of the person control the Academy research and technical department. Now, send him back to the letter of the piece happy to read. Many few are dangerous wind of the Academy research and technical department. Compare below. Heavy and strict division of 10 fruits. Rest letter guide mistake is can have all rest letter cut down to come not that. Remember to be able to obtain the result. Remember to be able to obtain the result. Remember to be able to obtain the fog of the Lord. After the awareness of the idea of eating silkworms determined not to be him. The dangerous wind of the rest letter memory exposed to have the result. The body born for the fog of choosing the Lord was confused by him. The dangerous wind of the secret body exposed by itself is very high. More dangerous wind of the Academy research and technical department soul tiger penetrated. The words compared to the Academy research and technical department research too. Because the original one has to return, the external temptation of the black small control palm was removed. The Academy research and technical department leaned more to the side. The Academy research and technical department soul tiger compared to the other. The Department of Material Resources obtained. The Academy Research and Technical Department is or soul tiger penetrated to the side, one to the other line time bar of Fong Cow. Consideration in the actual fact is, say that the Huin is not to fall him. Say this to the Ranlin in the actual fact. Go to walk the office chief to step forward to stop him. Ranlin's chaotic Ranfong in the will not care. Su, or. But the stunned expression Ranlin's words this to hear. Really recognize you. The Academy Research and Technical Department to meet me, to come not to say, interesting not to the Academy Research and Technical Department soul tiger to me. The matter is also for success. We will not come before I sue or You take the record before can the Academy Research and Technical Department Soul Tiger. The words wrong guess is not as good as me. Elder Brother Chess. Smile a mouth grinning Ranlin. The words this to hear. Shi Shuiguan, Shu Tu first you. The office chief school trip has me. Dao Ramlin's side body to look to the chess seal, the rest of the electricity to hang up. Come here, this is me, right? Bright and shining hair, thoroughly. You let Sue or the Academy Research and Technical Department Soul Tiger go to the end of the career. Choose a good choice with the potential of its strength. But the next time I can leave you to hope when I am. Teach the Academy to stay. I don't want you to be difficult, good, have the record prerequisite, the public teacher. The opening of the road is when he is in this to think. It was destroyed to think that only he, after penetrating the living things of the domain, was the Academy Research and Technical Department Soul Tiger knew that in the thinking of a dream, he was once also the Academy Research and Technical Department Soul Tiger job into the end. Shocked, as if favored, some will fall down on him. And he is the special director of the Academy Research and Technical Department Soul Tiger. The previous phase is really not in the end. Since ancient times, there has never been a precedent. This is what is meant by the fact that there is such a thing as a chronological record. Dai Shi Xin Shuiguan of my people will lead him to the recognition network. Even more. Ziju's discussion volume is so large that it can be seen on the internet, deeply touched by the inner palace study. Chu Qing divided 10 chess seals, the sound of the shadow in the present self from the sacrifice flesh and blood, the fog that gives birth to the host, let good, the body gives birth to the host, the potential of the power has color in the Academy Research and Technical Department Soul Tiger is very suspicious. Muttering directly offends the central chess seal. The words are heard here. Let's not talk about obtaining the qualifications. There's a chance that you are right here. You must take a look and think about it. Come here. You are the research director of Dite Renju Lu. Pahu. Dao Qinchi is not up to him. What is the matter? The office head school trip is in the present. Chess. Old Song Sheng Fu Bai. The latter part of the conversation is connected. The conversation came to life, floating white to pick him up here, the night to recall the official chess seal, after class to ascend to heaven. The effective method of cultivation, memorization, realm dream has not come to him to help you also here, solid foundation. Deep understanding of the theory of learning, cultivation to him, the middle course of learning. When learning to use the capital room to seal the chess seal, when outside the class, except for the day to play a few games. Chapter 154. After rejecting the Tiger Soul Institute's invitation, Feng Qi's life returned to normal. For the next few days, other than going to class, he spent the rest of his time with Lin Ran in the library studying cultivation and knowledge. During this time, he repeatedly asked Lin Ran to develop a technique that could anti-consciousness parasitism. However, this was Lin Ran's first time coming into contact with this type of technique, so it was unknown whether he could develop it. He could only hope and hope for this. If he succeeded, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings in the future dream world. He would have one more powerful companion. Apart from cultivation and knowledge, he had also started to read up on the basic knowledge of domain battle group members. This content would affect his future exploration of the domain battle group. Today was a rather special day. When he woke up in the morning, Feng Qi received a call from the Academy's physical examination department, telling him to organize a group of students to come to the gymnasium for a routine physical examination. He didn't reject this and immediately agreed. After washing up, he opened the class group and informed Lu Yu and the others that he had classes today. Then, he went straight to the cafeteria. After eating breakfast with Lin Ran and Mu Qing, they went to the classroom. Lu Yu and the others were already in the classroom. After explaining that there would be a physical examination today, he brought everyone to the gymnasium. At this time, the gymnasium was filled with people. Almost all the students were present. After all, every physical examination was a big deal for the students. They could clearly see the changes in their strength through the equipment. Reality wasn't a game. The increase in strength couldn't be calculated through combat strength. If there weren't any equipment to test the strength of their bloodline, it would be difficult for the students to estimate their strength. After taking everyone to the queue to get their number, they began to line up and wait. Star City University's physical examination was divided into two types. There was a small physical examination once a week and a large physical examination once a month. Regardless of whether it was a small physical examination or a large physical examination, every student had to participate. Furthermore, their body data would be recorded in real time. However, there were exceptions. For example, special students like Mu-Ching. The academy turned a blind eye to this. After all, special students were completely free after entering the academy. They could even skip classes. All of them had powerful background behind them. For example, Mu-Ching was admitted to Star City University with the help of the Scarlet Institute. As long as she didn't make too big of a mistake, she could graduate without doing anything. The main purpose of the Academy's physical examination was to test the progress of the students' cultivation. This was especially true for the students of the combat class. If their physical examination results did not meet the standards, they would receive a warning. If they received 4 warnings in a semester, the Academy's higher-ups would evaluate the students' learning attitude and would most likely expel them. He had no choice but to do so. After all, the purpose of the Academy was to create a group of students who could contribute to the development of human civilization, not to raise useless people. The Academy spent a lot of money on the students every year. If the students didn't study hard, it would be a waste of resources. It was also a waste of the taxes paid by the lower-class citizens of Star City. Many students, after being admitted to Star City University, would easily become lazy under the generous living conditions. Therefore, the physical examination was a way for the Academy to supervise the students. Other than that, the physical examination was also a test for the students' personal safety. Many students made mistakes in the process of cultivation, but they might not be aware of it, thus planting hidden dangers. If it wasn't dealt with in time, there would be the risk of paralysis, impotence, or even sudden death. The physical examination could also check whether the students were practicing cultivation methods that weren't certified. Once discovered, they would be expelled. Therefore, the physical examination was more like an exam before the cataclysm. It had a great significance for the students. At this time, in the gymnasium, 5 4-meter-tall instruments with lights intertwined. The students entered according to their numbers, and their physical conditions were examined. After the examination was completed, the instrument screen would show the student's body value, cultivation method, and other information. Next to the body's data, the previous physical examination's value was displayed for comparison. Behind it was a percentage reference value. For example, the previous test weight was 60 kilograms, and this test result was 70 kilograms. In addition to the comparison, there was also a percentage reference value, plus 11, 666%, behind the data. The physical examination's data was very detailed. The teachers of each class also carried tablets to record the students' physical examination in real time for future targeted training. At the same time, the physical examination's results were also recorded in Star City's database in real time. During the physical examination, every time a gifted student obtained excellent physical examination data, it would cause an uproar. While waiting, Feng Qi, Lin Ran, and the other students began to chat about the problem of team composition. They all seemed to attach great importance to the upcoming new team competition. At this time, little fatty Su Hongyun suddenly sighed with emotion. If only Lu Pingyan was here. Our class already has few people. Now that Lu Pingyan is gone, there are even fewer people. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Lu Pingyan's disappearance was a mystery until now. Except for Feng Qi, no one knew the truth. Although he wasn't very familiar with Lu Pingyan, they were classmates after all and had spent some time together. Just as the atmosphere was a little heavy, a call sounded in the distance. 23rd Combat Class 3, waiting for the physical examination at number 5 checkpoint. Seeing this, Feng Qi immediately stood up and looked at everyone. Let's go for the physical examination first. Let me see your specific strength. Hearing this, everyone stood up one after another and followed Feng Qi to the entrance of number 5 checkpoint. They began to line up and wait. The number of students in front gradually decreased. Soon, it was Feng Qi's class's turn. He was very curious about the specific strength levels of his classmates. This would help him plan the team composition. The first to walk into the checkpoint was Monk. After he stepped into the machine, the metal door slowly closed and the lights on the left began to flicker. A moment later, Monk's physical data appeared on the big screen above the machine. Hui Su, 23rd Combat Class 3, age 17, height 176. 3. First physical examination data, no comparison data, weight 64. 6 kg spirit energy quality, ungraded spirit energy circulation path detection results. Cultivation technique as follows: basic gymnastics, cultivation gymnastics 2. 0 bloodline strength, 34. 8 strength evaluation, stage 3 warrior, ungraded. Seeing Monk's physical data, Feng Qi was very calm. Just as he had expected, the current Monk was still a trash. In this regard, Monk was even calmer. After walking out of the machine, he looked up at his own data and nodded in satisfaction. The next to walk into the machine was Fatty Su Hongyan. His test results were worse than Monk's. His strength evaluation was only at the level of a stage 2 warrior, which was still ungraded. Feng Qi didn't have much hope for him. It was completely understandable that his physical fitness was poor when he just entered the academy. As long as he was willing to work hard, he was confident that he could nurture him into a genius. The future cultivation technique library was his source of confidence. Many cultivation techniques, 1,500 years later, were the starting point of modern people. As long as one was willing to learn, anything was possible. Next was the 3 Xiao brothers. Their strength test results were at the low-grade black iron level. The eldest, Xiao Long, even reached the mid-grade black iron level, which caused quite a commotion nearby. After Kai Guo, Yang Xiaoxin, and the other students were tested, Lu Yu stepped into the machine. Seeing LVU enter the testing apparatus, the other students nearby all cast their gazes over. As the strongest freshman in this batch, Lu Yu is quite famous. The surrounding students were obviously very curious to see how strong Lu Yu was. Lu Yu's physical examination took an especially long time. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the relevant data appeared on the screen. After seeing Lu Yu's details, there was an uproar in the stadium, which attracted more people's attention. Lu Yu, 23rd Combat Class 3, age 18, height 179. 2 weight, 71 kg internal spirit chi quality evaluation, bronze, intermediate. The results of the inspection of the circulation path of the spiritual energy in the body. The cultivation method is as follows. Note, it was discovered that this student's body has the forbidden cultivation technique force. This information has been reported to Star City University. This student needs to be investigated. Bloodline strength, 1032. 8 strength evaluation, bronze, upper. Note, as this student has cultivated an uncollected cultivation technique, the strength evaluation may not be accurate and needs to be evaluated in depth. Seeing Lu Yu's strength evaluation, Feng Qi was also shocked. He thought that Lu Yu's strength should be around the lower bronze level. He did not expect Lu Yu's strength to be at the upper bronze level. This was not even taking into account Lu Yu's sword force as a reference. Lu Yu's strongest point was his sword force. Overall, he felt that Lu Yu's strength had most likely reached the silver level. An 18-year-old silver level strength. In the entire eastern region, there might not be anyone who could compare with Lu Yu. Such strength was enough to look down on his peers. There were not many seniors in the upper grade who could fight with him. They could probably be counted on one hand. After Lu Yu's test results came out, there was a burst of noise in the stadium. Like Feng Qi, the other onlooking students were also in disbelief at Lu Yu's strength. Lu Yu then stepped out of the testing device. After lifting his head to look at his body's data, his expression was extremely calm. He was not even surprised by his own strength. Seeing this, the 3 Xiao brothers could not help but start muttering again. The content was nothing more than, Lu Yu is so pretentious. Big brother is right. Second brother is right. After understanding Lu Yu's approximate strength, Feng Qi's face showed a smile. Lu Yu was the key to the new students' group martial arts competition. The stronger Lu Yu was, the higher the chances of his class winning the competition. After all, Lin Ran and Mu Qing could not participate. Lu Yu was the core of this class. Then, Lin Ran stepped into the testing device. After waiting for a while, Lin Ran's information appeared on the screen. Lin Ran, Tiger Soul early enrollment student. Age, 18. Height, 175. 6. No change. Weight, 63. 5 kilograms, plus 2. 34%. Internal spirit energy quality. Black iron upper level. Last test result. Black iron upper level. Internal spirit energy circulation path. Examination results. Cultivation techniques. Nature Dao. True words. Basic gymnastics. Cultivation gymnastics 2. 0. Bloodline strength. 387. 7. Strength assessment. Black iron upper level. Last test result. Black iron upper level. Lin Ran was very famous in Star City University. His strength had long been discussed on the school forum. Some students even went to the Chilly Winter Academy's forum to get Lin Ran's physical examination data report. Therefore, his physical examination data did not shock the onlookers. Next, it was Mu Qing's turn. This was also Mu Qing's first physical examination after coming to Star City University. The students in the academy were indifferent to Mu Qing, but Feng Qi and his classmates were full of curiosity. Lu Yu's strength assessment was already very terrifying. They couldn't imagine how terrifying Mu Qing's physical examination results would be. Even Lu Yu, who had always been indifferent, looked at the screen at this moment and began to wait for Mu Qing's test results. Mu Qing's physical examination process was exceptionally long. It was more than twice as long as Lu Yu's physical examination. The staff standing next to the device even suspected that the device was broken. At this moment, Mu Qing's results appeared on the screen. However, it wasn't detailed data that appeared, but a warning message. The physical examination results are wrong. Bloodline strength exceeds the upper limit of the test. Unable to assess strength. Seeing this result, the onlookers were in an uproar. When the door of the device slowly opened, Mu Qing walked out. She curiously looked up at the screen and suddenly had a helpless expression on her face. This isn't the first time. Feng Qi looked at Mu Qing walking toward him and asked curiously, the Scarlet Institute has conducted various tests on me. Every time I pass a stage, my bloodline strength will greatly increase and often exceed the upper limit of the test. Director, you said that my strength can't be measured by the device at all. Bloodline strength is only a part of my strength. When Feng Qi heard this, he grinned. As expected of you, you're too strong. When Mu Qing heard Feng Qi's praise, she smiled embarrassedly. The onlookers were all dumbfounded at this moment. The physical examination results weren't necessarily accurate. After all, other than the quality of spirit energy and bloodline strength, the evaluation of strength was also affected by combat skills, combat awareness, and other factors. But this was the first time they saw a bloodline strength that exceeded the upper limit of the evaluation. They also couldn't imagine that Mu Qing, who usually didn't show up at the Shuefu restaurant, would have strength that far exceeded theirs. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Feng Qi led the students of Combat Class 3 out of the gymnasium. Back in the dorm, Feng Qi first took out the remaining half bottle of sake from the fridge. Then he returned to his desk and began to plan for the future. This time, he decided to try to sneak into the Science and Technology Research Institute and obtain information from it. Although the future had been chosen, he still had to carefully plan for the future. Thinking of this, he opened his notebook and began to write. A moment later, several planning messages appeared on his notebook. First, hand over the information on the brain in a vat to the Scarlet Institute, so that the Scarlet Institute can conduct research in other directions in the future. Second, after joining the Science and Technology Research Institute, choose to cooperate with Mo Fei to explore the internal secrets of the Science and Technology Research Institute. Third, if possible, try to use the Science and Technology Research Institute's influence to sabotage the Tiger Soul Institute, or even provoke a war between the Science and Technology Research Institute and the Tiger Soul Institute to buy time for human development. Fourth, let Vivian leave the details of the flesh sacrifice technique in the history mailbox, then bring the flesh sacrifice technique back to the real world. In the next timeline, he would inform Lao Wang and let him try to develop a special technique to resist the flesh sacrifice technique, giving a vaccine for the development of human civilization. Sixth, time quickly passed as he wrote. After writing more than 20 future plans, he finally stopped. After closing the notebook, he turned his gaze to the Qingxin wine placed in front of the desk. Without hesitation, he immediately picked up the bottle, pulled out the cork, and drank all the wine inside in one gulp. As his body temperature rose, the energy progress bar also jumped. Taking advantage of his drunkenness, he immediately laid down on the bed and began to wait for the future dream. As time passed, drowsiness swept over him, and his expression gradually became peaceful. An unknown amount of time passed. Feng Qi was awakened by a ringing phone. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that he had not entered the future dream. Picking up the phone on the sofa, he found that it was a call from Lin Ran. After picking up the phone, Lin Ran's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Brother Qi, it's almost dinner time. Why aren't you here yet?" Looking at the time, he found that it was already dinner time. After replying to Lin Ran, he hung up the phone. Then he tried to call out the energy progress bar to see what was going on, but he found that he could not call out the energy progress bar. "Narrator, come out." While waiting, the narrator did not appear. Confused, he continued to call out a few more times, but the narrator still did not respond. This made Feng Qi realize something. He seemed to have lost the narrator and the ability to check his status panel. With doubts, he tried to switch to his battle form. Just as he guessed, he also lost the ability to switch to his battle form. It seemed that he had become a normal person. Based on the above, Feng Qi was certain of one thing. Finally, it was his turn. His line had obviously become a sacrifice line. Thinking of this, he could not help but have a bitter smile on his face. After taking a deep breath, his eyes became firm again. In fact, he had already prepared for the arrival of this day. In the future, he decided to follow his planned future path and go to the Academy of Science and Technology to obtain important information. Chapter 155. To support the original version, please go to the starting point Chinese web. The content will be refreshed at 5:20. Next should cherish treasures. Come general fear not. Go to read not. Divide the center of Xiao and Yinji. Talk about Wei Wei. And eyes on the closed also follow. Smile mouth grinning chest seal. Roar of bad defeat anger after looking through. Wei Wei heard. Tired of the dead noise. Sleep sleep. The voice of the Tao is loud, followed by the sound of the Tao. The silence is heavy, and suddenly the light is bright. To the lucky fate of oneself, I change can change, but the end of the human-like people do not change. Although we are me, the words of a few paragraphs left history. The life of the people is us. Supper meal is still thinking about it. Criticize a set of light me, fart. Tao mouth opens, suddenly chest seal time this. Guan Lu pretends to be fake, but in the sad heart, is it you? The deep abyss moves a little, arrange the fate according to the order, come down to receive. Head to the end to look at the scriptures. Already the eyes of the people seem to be like to fade without beginning, sad in the heart. Many of the reports were given to her by Geng. When she obtained his thread, she did something else. She went to play chess to accompany him. When she decided to come out, she was there. When she came out, she did not seem to be in a good mood. Sadness, sorrow, and rebuke fill her heart. At the moment of defeat will be forced to know something, get the mouth of the chest seal from. Rome smiled, revealed the face of Wei Wei, answer the chest seal to hear. Thank you. Head to the end to go, you accompany the meeting, the same line, you are us all my time between lines. Too much to think about, don't. Sleep quickly. Sleep quickly. Wei Wei, who came to transmit her voice, post. Thinking about things, the starry night sky looks up, the chest seal, then there's no Wei Wei this. Dao eyes turn white chest seal. Show ye sleeps, sleep to want, right? Little child fart is small. You come to see me, gasping for breath, you fat, you say, huh? After the generation of yin fan in the friend's small embrace, I will not say, Dao knows not all the fruit is like happy to have a record of the year, this go to lose and turn around, too much too white understanding. The feeling of the Tao is not from Wei Wei. This is what I want to hear. It's difficult for a young man like you to say something like that. Walking and going against the heavens will is necessary. The arrangement of one style is not proper. I'm also struggling. The direction of fighting is to walk the path of fortune and fate. The fate of people is determined. The suffering of fighting is self. The people of fighting are enemies. The darkness is hidden and is right. The explanation of the sentence is to use the fighting I am. Ask the curious Wei Wei. Tell me more about it. Don't you want me to give up on you? Don't you want me to give up on you? When my strength is completely exhausted, I'm already waiting for that reason. Looking at Jieshu's outward appearance, I'm still near death's door. Purified oil and dried lamp is still fighting. Whether or not I have talent, I did not come at the right time. If I can't do it, I will spread out my hands. If I can't do it, then both sides will not come. If I want to be strong, then my strength will be exhausted. Let it be. Then I will rejoice, and I am the cause. Wei Wei, the one who sent the message, was silent for a while. Tell me, do you agree or disagree? Did you say that you and there is no line between him and me? Go down and walk the ground. This is either you, Jie Wei. Old. Escape is to die instead. Only by suffering can one live. I also think of you, haha. The Tao should reply with a smile. Escape has one. Go down and eat, but the heavy weight of the fruit seems to look at the number one, only to say that I am facing death. With the path, this choice, will I not be afraid of death? Afraid of death? What is there to be afraid of? Ask Wei Wei when this is. What is there to be afraid of harming you, Chess? Xiang Jing's outward appearance can be seen clearly, because the original inside this is living in joy. I am also here is that. Skill is high here, the plaster flower sky is clear. Under the clouds, the moon and the starry sky's outward appearance can be seen clearly. The brightness gradually changes. The room of the plaster flower sky is clear. Wei Wei can smell even the chest seal. The upper bunk is lying on the ground. The light is turned off. She had arrived in the room, and Wei Wei was waiting for Chi Feng to come and play a game with him. Come to answer that. Absolutely refuse not to also play the chess seal. Yes. Talk about you and think about it again. I will come to you to lay the floor and make the room you don't want. The foundation of the third floor is there. There is a room to arrange the arrangement. You have already. Mouth Wei Wei. Interesting. Dao Qi is good. There is no chess seal. Sleep with you, and not always, I tease. Which sleep tonight? Dao Qi has to be by not Wei Wei's scene, this time to see. Slow change is also thinking. There's a chess seal. Finished recording has not returned to material. Morning Ling arrives. The material is detailed. In the brain, the jar recording continues to open. This room's material is recorded to return. He will come to pick up. The next stop is just this, twice the amount he eats Wei Wei the meal. Come to answer that, there is no chess seal. Yes. The effect of fatigue resistance is more. The rate of learning you are promoted to show this. The promotion needs to be the body of the essence, but the refinement choice is not your line time bar. The body of the essence, you are promoted to have the ability. The needle is the basis of a needle. You give it to me. This room left before I came. There is no problem. Okay, then there is no appetite before. The strength can be given to the sky to lose. Much is not bad. When he looked up, this Wei, eat your fill. The first source of the evil came to find him as if he was aware of himself. The big bell hand Wei was also Qing Mu's artificial change talisman body to think. Qing Mu is very decent. Eat in and eat in the entrance big still. Wei is sitting down. Eat your fill quickly, eat your fill. Strength can do the rice strong. Go to lose also him. The strength can be given to the sky. Go to lose only. The production of food, beauty, color, and special in the inner field is very good. Better than the capital city star than the food group's noodles, but the capital city star has no noodles in the hall. The school research red scarlet of the dining hall arrived. He took off his Tai Wei Wei. The divine eyes, Su Zan one. He gave it to Shi Dun Wei Wei. Suddenly Chong does not eat dry rice and save the world. Together slightly see all the heroes. The question asked has thought, the accumulation does not dry rice come to see me. The person is also me, don't. Allow the inside to be completely recorded. I want to set a request for food to eat. I will absolutely refuse to meet. The person's world, save the world, must be determined. This is how you return me. Dao smile mouth, open chest seal. Go. Let the rice dry go first. I don't want to. The female beauty die hungry. Material capital 1 minute 3 entered the recording talent. He, small time, 5 more expenses. Record Wei. Material capital in the brain tank. Tell him to come down to take. The control of this room operated to put a position. Wei came to take off his tie in front of him. Behind him tied up the assembly. Flow warm and flow is also the center of him. Waiting for the line with him to come out and speak in anger. Determined to use the head of the school's red scarlet to hear. Side this already freely standing will set a school research red scarlet Daoji sure. Thank you. Smile mouth, open chest seal. Words here to listen. Line with you and us, I came not. So the first is the mark of us. Fate-type people change force in the capital. Born we, friend small chest seal. Dao mouth open. The head of the school's red scarlet is sitting, much more silent. Come not to eliminate some of the inside short time. He let Shishi's letter of narration chest seal. Silent. Enter the trap level of the high red scarlet one. Finish the narration chest seal. For the development of the school's research red scarlet, he and Shishi come not to pass the true chest seal letter, have no choice but to let them come to speak in detail. Divide 10 can also be chest seal, come not to plan a little more. This is very much. Secret level, high most school research red scarlet, is all. And so on. Plan to make changes to the bottom of the complete rune, clear and clean. Plan to penetrate the back out of the narration chest seal. Startled, gradually became emotional expression. Suspicious first from the top of the high red scarlet to the assembly table. Narration he listened. Over and over again, this in the narration, the words passed, Wei, and she sure ran. The head nodded immediately, listen to chest seal. The old auspicious and benevolent grow together. The white flower hair is the first to speak. Well, the situation said we can and detailed can. Wei believes we can. But the belief phase has not returned. Temporarily we can. The space-time of the ability to where more and more has embraced you said Wei. Friend small chest seal. Next to the side, Wei arrived, seeing chest seal. His hand beckoned to the chest seal at the same time. Sitting in front of the seat, a big Wei arrived. Over and over again, I will say to you, sit down to find a seat. 8 people sit here. The table is round. The black sensory material is gold. Put aside big not a room. The light blue is the lamp. The 2 black and blue colors are the inner room of the decoration. The sensory technology section fills the room full of the meeting. The room council entered, stepped on the Tai Wei, and was busy behind him. See Quanin, why do you all do this? Said that there was once his coming did not point this. Strange, and chest seal this pair. The room council enters the new clothes, and it takes a long time for the clothes to fall off. The inspection of the items is extremely harsh. Accept him and begin to open the meeting. The room council moves forward. He takes after the belt and comes to belong to Wei. Clearly proved to go to Li Nu Sheng, but say not from the inside. This Wei is in, but the signal mouth is Su or the side mouth person is not in the sentence. In the end, rise up as a human, set a contract of admiration and complete. The research section gives to the offering, the life will be love this time, there is no talk of her, the first 0 death life is born. Enter the research section in the Wei, see, can be sufficient, this from. The documents are piled up, the documents are dismantled, the full pile arrives, the bed is removed, the messy tin bureau cloth room Wei. The Wei in this room starts to open the chest seal. Nothing go to leave Wei behind. Dao head points when the chest seal. Good. As soon as the council urgently summons, we go to his department to contact me. Wait a moment, this is in you. Get up and stand her, take a deep breath. Worry out, don't look at the hair on the face. Open the mouth to smile way. I give too much to the face of the children. Defeat is not this. The state of absolute separation is not much different. The good preparation of the top secret of the interior has long been in hiding. Leaving the withdrawal of the battle, the plan to collapse is not. Defeat beat to the research and technical section of the academy is also continued and combined. Defeat and loss are all planned for the research and red scarlet of the academy. When the road opens, he looks, the head raises way, the second section. Thoughts sink into the trap and he will not pay attention to way. The state of good does not disappear in the place is showing. Slowly I look, the 3 I broke is true. The strange separation of the situation, this to listen back, this head is still big, this long, and so on. Help the people, you need me, right? When I find you again, I sacrifice you to this round. The online time of the friendly war is mostly the people I use to breath, a long breath way, the small number of the time to talk. Inquiry mouth opens from time to time, dispersing gradually followed by suspicion in the heart way, more and more letter of the exposure of the chest seal. Rome's words are not very similar to his words. The frowning way, the chest seal listening to the explanation. The details of the situation began to open, concealing not, seeing the chest seal. The Tao inquires about the interest of the place. The shock to the feeling is not way. Tell me in detail. Oh, the Tao answers back to the laughing chest seal. The actions are the same. The people, I am the reason. Clear win. Very familiar. I am like you, feeling a kind of what do I do? Tao, chi good way. The chest seal is passed to Luku. Come to return to Luku, take the back. The box of ice to walk to stand up is still not. The eyes rolled over way. Come to shout this. Very familiar, you and I. Luku cup, sister way. Tao way to cast light to the general. Sitting next to the sand arrived, cautiously not also the chest seal. When the road opens, smiling way this, say that I don't want to talk a lot, should respond to you sit. Enticing man Chong to the flesh inch by inch, appears to be hidden if the lower garment is sleeping on the chest half. The delicate figure has long ling, she is wrapped in a bundle, the color of the clothes is light blue, wearing her at this time. Communicating with the gods, leaving behind the passage is all before. Face to face, way and the first chest seal is still here. She looks at the smiling face. The sand is sitting in the sitting way's clothes are sleeping. The square front is looking. Close door slowly. The door belongs to the metal body behind him. He enters and walks to the door, seeing the chest seal. Move side to side right when the door is big. Rinju way. Knock on the hand. Reach out to him. The entrance door of the room comes. Go to the room 108 steps forward. Listen to the chest seal. When going to leave the body to turn the road, come back to him. Don't wait for Shi Zhanming to say this. Go to you, 508 in the room, Runju Wei. Busy in front of the instrument in the shadow body of the clothing staff research red scarlet, wearing a large amount to see in this. Room to check the color of the big pang by Chun is in front of the present, after the verification card brushes all in front of the front. The instrument of the road to walk is full of a pile of 1 to come to him. After the clock is divided into 10 to walk. After checking and passing through, he will change his appearance very much. In front of the road leading the soldiers to war there is good, checking and verifying the identity of the body count, passing through his period again. The base of the interior enters him. After turning 8 and 7 soldiers are ready to guard and follow. Regiment combat readiness is at the top of the defense level. The head photo is distributed all over the inner wall, closely divided into 10 to guard the foundation of the Academy Research Red Scarlet. Go up and follow immediately, seeing the chest seal. Go to the interior base of the Red Scarlet towards the footsteps to turn around and say, the entrance of the road opens him to the soldiers to fight Jinhe. Come on, let me follow. Look at the long body. He does not see the chest seal is in place. The helmet is worn. The military accessories are all him. The shadow body of the tall armor battle gene. He wears the body to walk far away to see. The interior base of the red scarlet walking step. Move side to side slowly. The middle of the opening door belongs to the metal. The sound of her falling down. Come in. The lazy Wei who came to transmit the sound. Waiting for the moment. Let Zhu Wei take the turn to draw me. Wait a moment. After the connection, she and Wei look for me. Please invite me. The sound of the horn door is big from the sound of the wide and rough one behind. He swept the light green road for a moment. Go to the entrance of the earth base of the red scarlet towards the footsteps of the chest seal under the rear carriage. Separate from the world, the thorns are spread all over the surface. The line of defense iron steel is more than 3 meters high, starting from the outside of the foundation, less sparse smoke people inside. Mountain Dragon Song, the south of the city star, in the foundation of the Academy Research Red Scarlet. Foundation of the Academy Research Red Scarlet ran straight to him. The vehicle hit the hand machine to use. Go to the entrance of the Academy, the shadow body of him. After the moment. Go to the end of the night. Leave the body, standing up chest seal, the frame of the back chat closed. Can be found. Chest seal. Come to the end of the night. Wei. Interesting. Close the door of the old woman and that, and chest seal. After the words line entered the input, the piece of thought sank chest seal. The matter returned to the right to say that he will not, and Wei to the understanding. Let's go to you. The words of the door department outside the call to the red scarlet you give, Wei. Good to compare, face to face, chest seal. Can't go online, Wei. Don't be special, measure your, and the matter must be heavy, chest seal. Don't have that. Oh, Wei. Don't wait to pick up the empty, the Academy Research Red Scarlet this time to think of me, but do you have that in, chest seal? Don't want to think of the Academy Research Red Scarlet to enter. If you want to have this Academy Fellow chest seal, oh, Wei, send the letter back to Wei, the minute after 10 minutes. Send the feelings to Wei, the brain starts to hit him, to wake up the sun several times. Homesick, enter gradually, chase him, think of things. The road front is bright, die in front of the drawn rules, according to the self, according to the rules, do what you want him. Quiet is better than nothing. Change and rebel in the heart. The person who goes to walk under the burden of the heavy shoulder is not the cycle of the one in the middle of the world save for the completion of the sutra, already his in the present. Go to bed, after lying down, wash him, move the intention to sleep, right left point 2 morning Ling Ji to look at, ask for the Academy Research Technical Department, to look at the beginning, to open the network, to pass through. Sleep in the selection did not choose him. The back box post closed the door. The Academy Research Technical Department enters early to fight. Knowledge Technical Department, to learn the beginning of the horse's hoof stop here. Rest well, I am waiting for you to come, beginning to open the sutra, already Chang Zhang's new one. The first to leave a message did not give the next to leave. The brain starts to hit the front desk book to sit him, the back dormitory to return. The hand stops only then. This bell rings in the morning Ling mansion to learn straight. The study in the immersion of him, the time to come down to take. Confusedly come not to have not updated. The death of fear to the present surge of him in the heart. The later determined sacrifice in the work. Now suddenly he. The Academy's Research and Technique Department enters early in the morning. The Knowledge and Technique Department grasps him tightly during the study period. The Academy's Research and Technique Department has a selection line, but this is not the case. The Academy's Research and Technique Department tries to select him, but they do not have him. Refine the practice to new heavy enough to pass through him. The later strength to gift the sky to go to lose. The state of learning to enter him, after chatting idly. The words of reason to the side of the mouth hang often fly, not to speak. This moment in the chest seal. Ascending the flying machine, flesh, suffering, flesh blood. Back and forth will you have to feel me. Forget it. The shore is the first time. There is no technical department. Dao Nai has not dyed the forest. The later number of chess seals the vision straight. The plan has the origin to disturb each other. The matter is good. Right and wrong is not too much to choose. The line to come up with a likeness on. Carry out the continuation of the academy research and study of techniques in a Xianging can have it or not. The information is too much and too revealing cannot be used. The memory retrieval and reading can have extreme. The academy research and study of Soul Tiger into Jiahui will be line. Why did I ask not also? I advise not. The choice I respect is that. Taoist Dianran Forest. Brother, I am yours. Trust me. The Tao inquires seriously with a serious face and a chest seal. I believe you. Does the letter dare to be somewhat conspicuous? His eyes are wide open and he is about to dye the forest. Let's go to the Institute's research center. Pahu, I'll follow. You, the genius, Fei Lang, will enter the Institute's research center. Can you stop messing with your brother? F***CK. Let's laugh and play. I'm sure you'll understand. Dao Ran was startled. Her feelings were reflected in Ran Lin's expression. Ji Shu's middle hand chess seal can see. If you go to the research and technology department, will you really not be able to do it? Look at the sky, what's going on? Before sitting down, Qi Lin arrives. 7. 5 display of skills. Kodai Dai now. You continue your studies, and the books are mine. The Tao continues to follow, and with a smile, a faint chest seal. I don't have a place to go. I'm busy with some matters. What's wrong with having dinner late? What a coincidence, good Qi. Dodge's good face, stained forest, come and see him. At this time, in the dyed forest, Guanshu too arrived. Prepare to enter the Institute's research center. It's not good. Know the face of the Institute's research center. Learn to go to him. Enter the Institute's research center is the goal. His upper line is not this. After he left, he stood up and walked over to where he was standing. Before he left, he had already made a good plan for him. Behind him was a small number. Try to write swish, swish. The pen is in his hand, and his strength moves to read. Allow me to be unjust. The body is ordered to be so. At that time, I will decide to save the world. He had already made preparations long before he arrived at Tiany's place. It doesn't matter whether there is or there isn't. The core of his Dharma thinking is that all of them are the same, and he chooses one. Choose the appearance of doing it can also be like him. He has all become my sacrifice. Choose his upper line time bar. He has no complaints. He has this. The more information he has, the more he has to get his upper line time bar. The other is to come to force himself to rely on can only. The strength can gift the heaven has not updated. The accompanying white side has not his upper line time bar. Feeling lonely, saying that he had not yet come to understand deeply when he was here. Come to the end of his line, sacrifice. This is his own good finished beginning to open the chest seal. Hazy rain and smoke outside the window. Chapter 156. When Feng Qi woke up the next day, he saw Vivian lying on the edge of the bed, looking at him with a smile. What? He asked immediately. I'm not doing it. Feng Qi was speechless. Looking at Vivian's teasing expression, he felt helpless. At this moment, Vivian bent over and stretched. The thin pajamas couldn't hide her exquisite figure at all. Then, she smiled at Feng Qi. Get up and have breakfast first. I'll record the rest of the content today. Feng Qi nodded, lifted the blanket, and got up. He was still wearing his clothes, so he didn't have to worry about being exposed. After washing up, Vivian went to the cubicle to change her clothes. They left the room and went to the restaurant in Scarlet Base. After taking an appropriate amount of breakfast, Feng Qi and Vivian sat opposite each other and started eating. Without his talent, ability, and energy progress bar, he was full in a short while. Only Vivian was still eating. She didn't care about her image when she ate, as if she was waging a fierce war with food. At this moment, his phone rang. After taking out his phone, he saw that it was a call from Bai Fuxing. After picking up the phone, Bai Fuxing's voice came through. Aji, where are you now? The guard reported to me that you've been out for a day and a night. Did you encounter any trouble? Faced with Bai Fuxing's concern, he immediately said, Grandmaster, I'm fine. Grandmaster, I'm fine. I was invited to visit the Scarlet Research Institute. I'm safe now. After hearing his answer, Bai Fuxing immediately responded, Okay, I understand. Do what you need to do. After hanging up the phone, Vivian put down her chopsticks and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Seeing this expression, Feng Qi was even more certain of one thing. Mu Qing's table manners were exactly the same as Vivian's. Even her satisfied expression after eating was exactly the same. Next, Feng Qi followed Vivian to the data recording room and continued to record the detailed information of the brain in a vat. Vivian's demeanor changed when she was working. She appeared to be especially serious. During the process, she repeatedly checked the contents of the documents to ensure that there were no mistakes. After spending more than half a day, the detailed information of the brain in a vat was finally recorded. Ready to leave? Vivian smiled at him. You should be back. Feng Qi grinned. Take a gene injection before you leave. There are many researchers in the base who don't have time to cultivate. They rely on the gene injection to support their high-intensity work. After this injection, it will effectively improve your physical fitness, which will affect your learning efficiency. Hearing this, Feng Qi immediately nodded. Next, he followed Vivian to do a detailed physical examination. After obtaining his physical parameters, Vivian brought him to a laboratory and began to concoct the gene fluid. After a while, Feng Qi lay on the operating table and was injected with the gene fluid. Your body has already begun to absorb the geno fluid. This process will take some time, so you should sleep first, Wei Wei said with a smile. Hearing this, a strong sense of tiredness overwhelmed him. Finally, he couldn't hold on and fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, when he opened his eyes, Vivian was no longer there. Getting up from the operating table, he felt comfortable all over. His vision was exceptionally clear. The effect of the gene fluid on his body was better than he had imagined. At this moment, the door to the laboratory opened. Vivian, who had changed into a scarlet lab uniform, walked in. How is it? Don't you feel great? Amazing. As expected of a premium product from the Scarlet Institute. Feng Qi wasn't stingy with his praise. Ready to leave? Feng Qi nodded. In this future timeline, his main goal was to explore the Technology Research Institute. Next, he had to seize the time to study and strive to enter the Technology Research Institute as soon as possible. Naturally, he couldn't stay here for long. This is the wilderness. You won't be able to get a taxi. I'll help you contact the soldiers at the base. They'll arrange for someone to send you back to Star City University. Thank you. Then, Vivian contacted the soldiers at the base and personally sent him to the entrance of the base. At this moment, there was already a light armored vehicle waiting at the entrance. Before leaving, Vivian suddenly turned to look at him and said, You can come find me anytime when you're lost. Do I look that weak? Feng Qi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Even the strong have times when they're lost. You're not a saint. You're just a 17-year-old kid. No matter how strong your heart is, there will be times when you're helpless and in pain. Vivian smiled. Looking at the encouragement in Vivian's eyes, Feng Qi's heart was filled with warmth. If there is, I'll come find you. Okay, get in the car. I still have a lot of things to do when I get back. Vivian waved her hand in disdain. Feng Qi nodded and got in the car. Under Vivian's gaze, the car slowly drove out of the base. After returning to Star City University, Feng Qi first went to the principal's office. He explained the situation to Bai Fuxing. By the time he left the principal's office, the sky was already dark. After returning to the dorm, he first took a shower and changed into a clean set of clothes. Then, he sat in front of his desk and began to search for information on the internet. He entered a state of study. His knowledge of science and technology was very shallow. Everything had to start from scratch. But he had an untimely death. Therefore, he felt that he had to seize the time to study hard and strive to enter the Technology Research Institute as soon as possible. Even if he had to sacrifice himself, he had to maximize his value. The next few days were the same. Day after day of study filled every corner of Feng Qi's life. But he didn't fall behind in class. He planned to teach all the cultivation knowledge stored in his mind. In order to prevent this future line from being disturbed, he didn't choose to form an organization. The future of Lu Yu and the others was not part of his plan. What he could do was to teach them the cultivation method information obtained from the future database. Lin Ran and Mu Qing were the most confused about his change. Feng Qi didn't explain in the face of questions. He just said that he had a new idea and that everything was for his dream. Lin Ran was still confused, but Mu Qing supported him. 2 months later, Feng Qi left Star City University again. After walking out of the school gate, he used his phone to call a taxi and went straight to his alma mater, Star City High School. This future line was part of his plan. He hoped that Wang Jinsheng would be able to crack the hidden dangers of flesh sacrifice. Therefore, he felt that Wang Jinsheng's future path shouldn't be to join the Tiger Soul Institute. Wang Jinsheng should hide in a safe place until the day flesh sacrifice was announced to the public. When the time came, Lao Wang would be able to obtain the details of flesh sacrifice and try to research a way to crack it. If Lao Wang really succeeded in cracking the hidden dangers of flesh sacrifice, he could inform Vivian of the results of his research. Or he could leave a message in his mailbox to inform him. This was also the only way he could think of to crack the flesh sacrifice apart from confronting the Tiger Soul Institute head-on. If his plan succeeded, flesh sacrifice would no longer be a stumbling block on the path of human civilization. Instead, it would become a boost to the development of human cultivation. Turning the enemy's strength into one's own was obviously a better way than confronting the Tiger Soul Institute head-on. Humans needed to crack the vaccine of flesh sacrifice. Lao Wang was the hope of developing a vaccine. The car drove for more than 2 hours before stopping in front of Star City High School. After paying the fare, he got out of the car. After verifying his identity at the gate, Feng Qi was let in by the guard. He walked along the familiar path under the shade of the trees. Everything in his alma mater felt exceptionally familiar and close. As he walked on the path to the school building, he couldn't help but recall scenes from the past. Under the 100-year-old parasol tree in the distance, he and Mo Fei had climbed up and caught cicadas. During that time, he had almost fallen off the tree. The walkway where the trash cans were placed was one of the areas where their class was on duty. When they were cleaning, he and his classmates would raise their brooms and claim to be domain warriors. They would attack each other. Everything here was a memory of his tender youth. After arriving at Lao Wang's office, he pushed the door open and entered. At this moment, Lao Wang was holding a steaming cup of tea. He also turned his head at this moment. Their eyes met. A smile appeared on Wang Jinsheng's face. "Why did you suddenly want to come back to see me? I missed you." Feng Qi grinned. "Take a seat first." Feng Qi didn't hesitate. He immediately pulled a chair and sat down beside Wang Jinsheng. After carefully sizing up Feng Qi, Wang Jinsheng smiled and said, "You did well. Recently, the school leaders always talk about you when they give speeches. They use you as a role model to encourage the new students to learn from you." "That's true. After all, I'm the winner of the Silver Award for Outstanding Contribution to Mankind. I might even get the Gold Award soon." Feng Qi wasn't modest at all. "You're so arrogant just because you're fat? Tell me, why are you looking for me?" Wang Jinsheng glared at him. However, he couldn't hide the smile between his brows. He was obviously very satisfied with Lu Cheng's achievements. One of Wang Jinsheng's goals had always been to hope that a student could become a hero. In response to Lao Wang's question, Feng Qi nodded. "Lao Wang, you might be shocked by what I'm going to say next. Be mentally prepared. Go ahead, but I can roughly guess some things." "Guess what?" Feng Qi asked curiously. "After being together for so many years, I still don't know you well. You've changed so much that I even suspect that the person who often brings good news to our alma mater isn't the real you." "You found out." Feng Qi immediately grinned. "Go ahead. I'm ready." Wang Jinsheng nodded. Without hesitation, Feng Qi told Lao Wang about the Tiger Soul Institute situation, as well as his ability to travel through time. Lao Wang listened attentively the entire time and didn't interrupt. However, he still couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. After Feng Qi explained the situation in detail, the sky gradually darkened. At this moment, Wang Jinsheng was completely shocked by what he said. After a long time, he came back to his senses. Then, he looked at Feng Qi and said, I understand. You want me to stay at Star City High School and wait for the release of the flesh sacrifice before trying to figure out a way to crack it? Yes. Feng Qi nodded immediately. After a moment of silence, Wang Jinxing nodded. Okay, then we'll follow your plan. I'll stay. With Lao Wang's agreement, Feng Qi didn't know what the future would be like. However, he had already planted a seed to crack the flesh sacrifice. However, whether or not this seed would sprout, he might not be able to see it. It was already dinner time. Next, he was dragged back to the teacher's dormitory by Lao Wang. Lao Wang personally cooked dinner to entertain him. After tasting Lao Wang's cooking again, Feng Qi ate with relish. There was a delicacy called mother's taste, but Feng Qi, who was an orphan since childhood, had never tasted it. However, Lao Wang often called him to the teacher's dormitory to tutor him and cook for him at the same time. After tasting the familiar taste again, Feng Qi's heart was deeply moved. After dinner, the sky was already dark. Lao Wang carried a box of wine and took him to the rooftop of the teaching building, saying that they would drink together before leaving. Sitting on the rooftop, above their heads was the bright night sky with no dark clouds. Feng Qi and Wang Jinxing raised their glasses and drank. This was also the first time Feng Qi talked about his inner thoughts without any burden. Lao Wang listened with a smile. During this time, he would also curse with him, denouncing the cancer that was rooted in human civilization. After raising the bottle of wine and clinking it with Lao Wang's, Feng Qi let out a long sigh of relief. "Oh Wang, tell me how you're feeling right now. Do you feel lost?" "No, really?" Feng Qi asked suspiciously. "So what if I know the future ending? At least I can be sure that there is no Wang Jinxing kneeling in any timeline. There is only Wang Jinxing who is fighting tirelessly for the future of mankind. I will not compromise with the future ending." Looking at Wang Jinxing's slightly red face, Feng Qi felt warm in his heart. This was the Wang Jinxing he knew. He was always optimistic about the future of mankind and would fight tirelessly for the ideal future in his heart. "You, on the other hand, don't fall." Wang Jinxing looked at him and smiled. "Your student is not that weak. As you said, so what if I know the ending? The history book is too small. How can it contain a person's magnificent life? My life is the same." Looking at Feng Qi's determined eyes, Wang Jinxing laughed. "But the history book is very big. Maybe a page you casually flip through is someone else's life. Everyone has their own magnificent experience." "You're right." Lao Wang bottoms up. As always, Feng Qi felt Lao Wang's attitude toward the future. He did not give up on himself, nor did he let things go. He only continued to work hard without compromise. If the future did not turn out as he wished, then he would work hard to change the future until it became what he wanted. They raised their bottles and clinked them. The two talked about the future and history in the night wind. When they talked about it, they could not help but laugh. The feeling of freely venting one's emotions was wonderful. Feng Qi enjoyed it. At this moment, their hearts resonated because they both had the same dream, to work hard for the rise of mankind. Wang Jinxing's determination was always infectious and always influenced him. The figure in the classroom always used a firm tone to talk about the future of mankind. The time messages left by his classmates when they graduated were also influenced by him. Everyone had a shelter in their heart, and Feng Qi's shelter was Wang Jinxing. After 3 rounds of drinking, he was a little drunk. He did not know what the future would be like, but he firmly believed that when the feathers of time flew across the river of time and the vast sea of stars, another him would listen to the sound of ideals blooming in the depths of time. In the rotation of time, the posture of the striver would always remain unchanged. In the coordinates of history, the striver's steps would always be clear. Those who cherished an inch of darkness had the ambition to conquer the world. For this line of sacrifice, he would work hard for a lifetime to change the future. Perhaps the traces of his existence were only a few messages in history. As time passed, the ink would eventually fade. But he believed that only the words, "the future is promising," could be clearly seen. Standing under the night sky, Feng Qi's eyes were hazy. He raised his wine glass and looked up at the stars in the sky. "The future for me." Chapter 157. After saying goodbye to Wang Jinsheng, Feng Qi returned to Star City University. In the following days, he was fully immersed in his studies. Other than class time, he didn't give himself any time to rest. During this time, Vivian contacted him through the internet. In order for him to study better, the Scarlet Institute created a study schedule for him. The schedule listed in detail which books he should start self-studying from. With this schedule, his study efficiency increased exponentially. Time flew by like a white steed. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this time, Bai Fuxing talked to Feng Qi several times. He tried to persuade him to join the Tiger Soul Institute and not waste his time and talent in meaningless places. He knew that Bai Fuxing was doing this for his own good. But what Bai Fuxing didn't know was that what he was doing now was the most meaningful thing in this line of sacrifice. The silence at this time wasn't because there was nothing to say, but because it was hard to explain. After several failed attempts, Bai Fuxing could only give up. And Feng Qi finally welcomed the first round of the Science and Technology Research Institute's assessment. This round of assessment was conducted online. The content of the assessment was mainly basic knowledge. Feng Qi wasn't worried about this round of assessment. After a year of hard work, he was confident that he could pass the first round of the basic assessment. Half an hour after the assessment, the results were out. Just as he expected, he got 278 points out of the total 300 points and easily passed the basic assessment. After passing the assessment, Feng Qi didn't relax and continued to immerse himself in his studies. There were still several rounds of assessment waiting for him. He wasn't confident that he could pass, so he needed to continue working hard. Time passed quickly. Half a month later, the second round of assessment arrived. Because the Science and Technology Research Institute was located in the future city, which was far away from many other cities, there were exam sites in every city. Star City's exam site was at Star City Second High. That day, Feng Qi hurriedly finished his breakfast and set off. In this round of assessment, the difficulty of the questions was significantly higher. But with the study schedule that the Scarlet Institute specially created for him, he easily passed this round of assessment. Then came the third round. The fourth round, there were a total of 5 rounds of examination. Feng Qi passed the first 4 rounds, but he failed in the 5th round. When he saw the failed report card through the internet, he wasn't discouraged. He lowered his head and chose to continue working hard. If he couldn't do it this year, he would do it next year. During this period, he received a new study schedule from the Scarlet Institute and immersed himself in his studies. Time passed quickly. Spring left and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. During this period, Feng Qi could be seen studying hard in the library and on the playground. Once again, he applied to take the entrance exam for the Research Institute of Science and Technology. He passed all 5 rounds of examinations with excellent results and obtained the right to be admitted. The moment he saw the report card, Feng Qi's face revealed a smile. The goal that he had worked so hard for had finally come to fruition, even if it was hell. With Bai Fuxing's regret and the students' confusion, he resigned from his position as a teacher at Star City University and stepped on the road to the city of the future. The distance between Star City University and the city of the future was long. There were mountains between them, but there was a direct underground tunnel. He needed to go to the subway station in Star City first. On the day he left Star City University, it was drizzling. Lin Ran, Mu Qing, and the others came to send him off. Listening to the farewell blessings in his ears, he smiled back. No one knew that he was going to the abyss, and he didn't need to know. After getting on the car, he looked at the gradually shrinking figure in the rearview mirror and suppressed the reluctance in his heart. When he arrived at the subway station, he pushed his luggage and stood outside the cordon, quietly waiting for the subway to arrive. After a while, the subway arrived, but no one got off. Back then, Star City had transported more than 100,000 soldiers to the city of the future to help it resist the domain invasion. In the end, less than 3,000 people returned. After the subway between Star City and the city of the future was connected, there would always be an empty train from the city of the future to Star City in the early hours of the morning to send the souls of the martyrs back home. While waiting quietly, the station door opened, and Feng Qi stepped in. The iron door closed, and the subway moved forward at high speed. The reluctance in his heart also turned into determination at this moment. The city of the future was located in the mountains, and the climate was cold and humid. However, it was known as the capital of science and technology. There wasn't only the Academy of Science and Technology here, but also the Research Institute of Science and Technology and the Research Institute of the Future that many students dreamed of. After half a day's journey, the subway slowly came to a stop. When he exited the subway, he saw countless maglev cars shuttling through the tall buildings. Everything here was full of a sense of technology. He took out his phone and called a taxi. A maglev car in the air suddenly turned around and landed in front of him. The door slowly opened, and Feng Qi sat sideways. After a green light swept past, an electronic voice sounded. Identity verification complete. Confirm destination. Research Institute of Science and Technology. Confirm. Information confirmed. This trip will be served by How Han Corporation's unmanned maglev car, a 2123. We wish you a pleasant journey. The door closed at this moment, and the maglev car slowly rose into the air. It merged with the cars and drove to the destination. Looking down at the city of the future from the sky, Feng Qi, who had never left Star City, was quite shocked. After an hour and 23 minutes of travel, the unmanned car stopped in a remote area of the city. After paying, he got out of the car. What appeared in front of him was a small city surrounded by metal walls. There were cameras outside the walls, and drones were patrolling the sky. Everything here was like the future world in the movies, which brought a strong visual impact to him. At the entrance of the Research Institute of Science and Technology, he took out the admission notice and placed it in the identification area. After the green light scanned the admission notice, it scanned his body, and then the metal door slowly opened. He stepped in and didn't look back. There was no turning back on this road. Time passed in a blink of an eye. In the third year at the Research Institute of Science and Technology, Feng Qi was already 23 years old. He was also promoted from a newcomer to a researcher at the Starry Sky branch of Science and Technology. In the past 3 years, he didn't stop studying just so that one day he could enter the core circle of the Research Institute of Science and Technology. For this step, he had been dormant for 3 years and constantly laid the groundwork for himself. In the eyes of his colleagues, he was a person full of negative energy. He always complained about the unfairness of the world and often complained about how good it would be if the system could be overturned and started over. But when it came to work, he never made any mistakes and always strived for perfection. He tried to finish a month's work in half a month and worked hard every night. During this time, he also often came into contact with Mo Fei from the Viper branch. Mo Fei already knew his secret. In order to help him enter the core circle, Mo Fei often sent his research results to him, just to help him increase his resume. The end of an untimely death was like a gangrene attached to the bone, spurring him to work hard nonstop. He also often left messages for his future self in his personal mailbox. But the messages didn't have the bitterness of life, only full of hope. This line of sacrifice, no one could bear more for him. So he needed to hide the weakness in his heart and bring hope to his future self. Day after day of hard work, he was promoted to a core member of the Starry Sky branch and came into contact with a lot of the core content of the Research Institute of Science and Technology. But this wasn't what he wanted. Finally, at the age of 29, he had the opportunity to enter the core circle of the Research Institute of Science and Technology. The black shadow that he saw in Lu Ping and's memory fragments appeared next to him and told him that he could help him build the ideal human society. Faced with the invitation, Feng Qi expressed his doubts and even reached out to press the alarm in the room. He had rehearsed this scene countless times in his mind, and his performance made the black shadow very satisfied. What followed was a bewitching negotiation. The Black Shadow's words seemed to have a magical power, constantly evoking the desire in his heart. Feng Qi chose to play along, letting himself gradually go from struggling to compromise. In the end, he agreed to the Black Shadow's request. To be on the safe side, the the Black Shadow implanted a psionic imprint in his body. The imprint switch was in the Black Shadow's hands. Once the imprint was triggered, his body would be eroded by psionic energy and eventually turn into spirit fragments and dissipate. At the same time, he could also use his consciousness to trigger this switch, which could be used to self-destruct in desperate situations. In order to control him, the Black Shadow gave him a bottle of white pills. After taking this pill, he had to take it regularly, otherwise it would be a fate worse than death, bringing both physical and mental torture. Feng-Chi calmly accepted this. Falling into hell was the future of his sacrifice line, so there was nothing he couldn't give up. In the following days, Feng-Chi came into contact with some of the core contents of the Science and Technology Research Institute. Just as Mo Fei had predicted, the Science and Technology Research Institute's psionic technology was already very advanced, but it had never been announced to the public. This was because this technology could advance the progress of human civilization. The Science and Technology Research Institute didn't allow this technology to benefit the future generations of mankind, so they chose to hide it. The content that was announced to the public was that the technology was not mature yet. As for the psionic nanoworm technology, his access level was too low, or he wasn't qualified to come into contact with it. In order to increase his access level, he began to work like crazy. During this period, he discovered that the Science and Technology Research Institute was secretly researching a virus experiment that could destroy mankind. They used human genes as samples for research, trying to create a super virus that could only target all of mankind. There were many living human beings in the research base as test subjects. They were all vagrants outside, or human geniuses who had been secretly captured, and he was a member of this project. He participated in the experiment with an indifferent expression, and he even took the initiative to ask for more experiments. His cruelty made the other researchers, who were also traitors, somewhat unbearable. But his performance satisfied the domain power that controlled the Science and Technology Research Institute. The grief in his heart was deeply hidden, and he never showed it. With his efforts, he was getting closer and closer to the true core circle, and also closer and closer to the implementation of his plan against the Tiger Soul Institute. Today, he returned to Star City for a long holiday. He met Vivian again in a coffee shop outside Star City University. He was now a middle-aged man, but Vivian was still youthful and charming, and her face was still brimming with a confident smile. Looking at the much older Feng-Chi, Vivian's first words were, "It must be very painful." At that moment, his hands were stained with the blood of dozens of his own kind, and he was even called a demon by the core circle of the Science and Technology Research Institute. But he suddenly sobbed. Under the surprised gazes of passers-by, he finally couldn't hold back the grief in his heart, and he curled up and began to cry. Everything was not what he wanted, but he had to do it. Wei Wei was the only one who could understand the bitterness of this journey. On this trip home, he was like a rat that had crawled out of the sewers. He hurriedly took a look at the brightly lit world outside, but in the end, he still had to carefully return to the sewers. From now on, everything would go on as usual, and he would still be that cold and heartless demon. Chapter 158. After staying in Star City for half a day and letting Vivian record the data related to the control imprint, Feng-Chi hurriedly returned to the Research Institute. He had temporarily escaped from the abyss, but in the end, he still had to return there. This was the fate of his sacrifice line. In the days that followed, Feng-Chi studied and worked at the same time. He wanted to obtain a higher level of authority and collect more information before his untimely death. He would also contact Vivian from time to time to prepare for the upcoming battle against the Tiger Soul Institute. During this time, Feng-Chi obtained a lot of information about the Research Institute, especially when he learned that there was a person locked up in the Research Institute's core origin laboratory. His name was Mo, and he was a super genius that was highly valued by the Research Institute. At the same time, Mo was also the founder of the Psionic Nanobug project. The entire framework of the Psionic Nanobug was created by him alone. However, no one in the Research Institute had seen his true appearance, and no one even knew whether he was a human or a domain creature. His existence was like a legend in the Research Institute's core circle. If not for the Origin Laboratory's continuous release of new technological products, no one would believe that such a person existed. Feng Qi's understanding of him came from the latest technological products released by the Research Institute. Spiritual energy, forbidden zone. The researchers in the core circle were only responsible for testing the effects of this technological product. The actual creation had already been completed. When they got their hands on it, it was already a finished product. However, the results of the subsequent tests shocked Feng Qi greatly. The spiritual energy forbidden zone was shaped like a black metal ball, and it stored a large amount of special psionic substances inside. The way it was used was similar to throwing grenades before the cataclysm. It did not have any lethality, but it was known as the nemesis of spirit cultivators. When the spiritual energy forbidden zone was activated, with it as the center, all the spiritual energy within a 1-kilometer radius would be driven away, turning the area into a spiritual energy forbidden zone. If the spiritual energy forbidden zone was used in a battle with spirit cultivators of the cultivation system, it was equivalent to cutting off a spirit cultivator's ability to regenerate energy, causing them to become lambs waiting to be slaughtered after exhausting all the spiritual energy in their body. According to the contents of the instructions, the spiritual energy forbidden zone they tested was only a first-generation product. The ink used to create this spirit chi forbidden zone could also be upgraded and modified, expanding the range of the spirit chi forbidden zone to a radius of 10 kilometers or even higher. Apart from the Spirit Chi Forbidden Zone and the Spirit Nanobug project, MO had also developed many black technology products. These technologies greatly armed the Research Institute. Not only did they have elite domain battle groups, but they also had a large number of cutting-edge technological weapons. Their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. This made Feng Qi curious about MO. He really wanted to know why he could come up with so many amazing ideas, and why he could even create the almost unsolvable, super advanced technology like the Spirit Nanoworms. However, with his 4th echelon clearance in the core circle, he couldn't come into contact with ink at all. Understanding this aspect can only be temporarily abandoned. Apart from that, it would be difficult for him to carry out the operation against the Tiger Soul Institute with his current level of authority. The opportunity finally arrived when Feng Qi was 30 years old. The Thirsty Wolf Legion, the 3rd domain legion in the core circle of the Science and Technology Research Institute, had been severely damaged by a mysterious force. Almost all of the higher-ups in the legion had been killed. This domain battle group was of great significance to the Research Institute. Many missions that were inconvenient for the Research Institute would be handled by the Thirsty Wolf Legion, including missions like assassinating geniuses of the new generation. The leader of the Thirsty Wolf Legion was a 2nd echelon member in the core circle of the Science and Technology Research Institute. The core circle of the Science and Technology Research Institute held a meeting that day. In the end, they decided to send a member of the core circle to take over the position of leader of the Thirsty Wolf Legion and continue to lead the Legion on secret missions. Feng Qi was on the list of candidates. The dark forces behind the Science and Technology Research Institute thought highly of his cruelty and believed that he could complete the mission well. However, he was only one of the candidates. Apart from him, there were 4 other members of the core circle who were also on the list. They had all contributed to the development of the Science and Technology Research Institute, and they all had smart brains and the ability to lead the Thirsty Wolf Legion. Faced with this choice, the black figure sitting at the head of the table thought that it was one thing to have the ability, but to be the leader of the Thirsty Wolf Legion, one needed to have the ability to convince the others. In the end, the meeting decided that 1 month later, the candidate to be the leader of the Thirsty Wolf Legion would be judged based on their own strength. The meeting's decision was out of Feng Qi's expectations. The Scarlet Institute was the reason why the Thirsty Wolf Legion was surrounded and annihilated. Their goal was to create a path for him to ascend. As long as he took control of one of the legions under the Science and Technology Research Institute, he would be able to find an opportunity to take action against the Tiger Soul Institute. He originally thought that the domain forces behind the Science and Technology Research Institute admired him and would definitely let him go. However, he didn't expect that they would pull out 4 other candidates to compete with him. In the past few years, he had spent all his time on studying and had never cultivated. The only time he had strengthened himself was when he was at the Scarlet Institute and received a genetic injection. If he really wanted to compete for the position of leader of the Thirsty Wolf Legion with his own strength, his chances were slim. Faced with this predicament, Feng Qi didn't give up. This was because he still had a month, and he wanted to use this month to become stronger. There was a place in the Science and Technology Research Institute that could do this. That was the area under his jurisdiction, the Biochemical Genetic Research Institute. However, the process of becoming stronger would be very painful. A month later, the selection meeting for the leader was held again. A group of core members of the Science and Technology Research Institute sat in the conference hall, waiting for the final results to be announced. The other 4 candidates were all present, except for Feng Qi. However, the meeting continued as usual, and they didn't choose to wait for Feng Qi to arrive. Next, the 4 candidates on the list were tested by the Black Shadow, one by one, and their strength was evaluated. However, just as the Black Shadow was about to announce the results, the door of the conference hall was kicked open, and Feng Qi, who was covered in blood, walked in with a sinister smile. At this moment, Feng Qi's appearance had completely changed. His body was covered in wounds that were almost festering, and there was even a scar on his face that looked like a twisted centipede. He walked to the empty seat of the Thirsty Wolf Legion commander and sat down casually. Then, he looked at the Black Shadow and said, "I want this position." Hearing Feng Qi's words, everyone in the conference hall fell silent. Even the 4 people who participated in the competition for the position of leader with him were frightened by Feng Qi's aura. Looking at his body covered in wounds, they shuddered in fear. They also understood what Feng Qi had done. For the sake of this position, he hardened his heart and underwent biochemical modification. Even if the price was his lifespan and the pain he would have to endure every moment in the future. At this moment, looking at Feng Qi, their expressions became very complicated. "I want this position." Looking at the Black Shadow, Feng Qi spoke again. As he spoke, the blood on his body continued to drip, dyeing the floor red. At this moment, the conference hall was silent, and no one spoke. Looking at Feng Qi, the Black Shadow suddenly laughed, then nodded. "This position belongs to none other than you, my lord." One of the candidates, standing beside him, said unwillingly. However, before he could finish speaking, the Black Shadow interrupted him. "If you can endure the pain of his biochemical modification, I'll give you the position." Hearing this, the candidate opened his mouth, but in the end, he chose to remain silent. After the meeting, Feng Qi took over the position of the Thirsty Wolf Legion commander as he wished. Next, the mission against the Tiger Soul Institute could finally begin. However, during this period, he had no choice but to continue his evil deeds. He led the demons to wander through human society, hunting down the new generation of human geniuses. His actions caused Feng Qi great pain, but he could not show it. Even when he was sad, he still had to smile. The pain, both physical and mental, was constantly eating away at him. However, he was in so much pain that he remained silent. Ever since he joined the Science and Technology Research Institute, he experienced different kinds of pain every day. He realized that he could get used to pain. During this period, he used the information collected by the Scarlet Institute to launch a series of operations against the Tiger Soul Institute, trying to provoke a war between the 2 major forces. At this time, the Science and Technology Research Institute already knew that the Tiger Soul Institute was controlled by another force. Regarding this, the Science and Technology Research Institute even held a related meeting. However, in the end, they chose to infiltrate, just like how they arranged for Lu Ping and to join Star City University. They also arranged for several werewolves to enter various cultivation institutions, intending to let them work hard to get into the Tiger Soul Institute and use them to steal information. At this time, the forces behind the Science and Technology Research Institute thought that they should not act rashly before they fully understood the situation behind the Tiger Soul Institute. This was obviously not the result that Feng Qi wanted. In order to achieve his goal, he began to secretly launch operations against the Tiger Soul Institute. He even deliberately chose to expose himself in order to provoke a war. At this time, Feng Qi received the latest news. The Science and Technology Research Institute was preparing to launch a plan against the Scarlet Institute. After understanding the situation in detail, Feng Qi understood the specific reason. It turned out that an expert protecting the geniuses of the Scarlet Institute was captured by the Science and Technology Research Institute. He was very strong. Even until his death, he did not reveal any information about the Scarlet Institute. However, the Science and Technology Research Institute still found clues. They used a powerful artificial intelligence to search for information about this person and finally determined that he was from the Scarlet Institute. Although they could not be 100% sure that the Scarlet Institute was secretly targeting them. However, the Science and Technology Research Institute decided to continue the investigation to understand the details. During the meeting, someone suggested that it would be best to first destroy an important experimental base of the Scarlet Institute, and then obtain core information from the base to understand what the Scarlet Institute was doing. Then, they would carry out the follow-up plan. During the discussion, their temporary target was the Scarlet base outside Twilight City. However, this plan was only a proposal, and there was no need to carry it out for the time being. The Science and Technology Research Institute planned to continue the in-depth investigation of the Scarlet Institute before deciding whether to carry out the destruction plan. The sudden occurrence of this incident made Feng Qi realize that history had returned to the right track. The previous timeline was that the Scarlet base outside Twilight City was destroyed, the information was stolen, and then the Science and Technology Research Institute launched a crazy attack on the Scarlet Institute. As a result, the Scarlet Institute was forced to hide in a secret base and be isolated from the world. Feng Qi wanted to stop this, but the one in charge of the investigation was the first battle group, and it had nothing to do with the third battle group that he commanded. All he could do was inform the Scarlet Institute in advance. He told them to delete the core information stored in the base outside Twilight City as soon as possible to prevent a follow-up confrontation. After this matter came to an end, Feng Qi began to continue the plan to fight against the Tiger Soul Institute, try to provoke a war between the two major forces. Chapter 159. Writing is not easy to support the original version. This chapter FD Chapter 6, 05 points to replace. Sei Zhao's back, gradually flying in the distance. The snow is big on the shadow body. A smile appears on his face. Yola New Year, little brother, Shao Qi phone. News to send the code number does not know one is. Look together to take. He who is shaking the hand of the machine. The sound of the bell in the city of Chong City at noon. When I came to Tiana, fate and fate were written by people until the end of the day. The passing of the moon was not his, and people were not the age of the moon. Not over thousands of people to control. The bone is broken and the body is powdered. Want to dream of oneself to be loyal to the distant will also be him. Rest and leave not to swear that the shore will not reach. Go down to continue to rely on the letter to receive as new will fall down as one every time. Go forward to receive the life to need the road to save the world. Kylie turned around, the sound of joy and laughter in his ears listening. Come to the true waiting of the blooming warm spring, fierce and quiet. The sound is not silent, the center of the spread in sorrow. Blossom to see if he is not the reason, the color of joy without a face standing in his. Blossom in the center of the warm spring, the smile on the face screen is big, looking at the people have. Step by step, close and sharp victory in the end. The most distant person. The field is a scattered drive, and the movement line together team battlefield leader. The new news is broadcasted. The big head on the screen is all the streets. Rome smiles overflow on the face of the people passing by, reflecting the connected splendor of the stars in the sky. The cage of red lanterns hanging on the door of the shop on Thursday. On the street, the city has not yet arrived. Hua Fan is walking alone. The rest of the vacation is short. Snow big feather goose under the sky. The night is big today. Exist, forever rely on. But the flesh of his body can only be destroyed by death. His own bloody face is straight in the courage. The thorns cut the thorns. The road to expand the body of the flesh is willing to him. He is not the hometown of the people who want to be able to achieve the end of the most. The price is paid out if the total success is to want. After paying out, he regrets not to follow him, but the pain of the most is the person who goes down to continue. The solution is to die, the word said before his line between the previous to the body of the body. Reproach and guilt are awakened from time to time. The weeping of spiritual death is innumerable. The dream is often. Bloody homonym 982 died. Jean Sutra has been the hands of his heavens and earth. Compared with the pain of the upper body, the pain of the upper body, the pain of the upper body, but the pain in his upper body was suppressed and pressed down silently. Sometimes it was quiet, late at night, and when it cracked, it hurt a little. He was so old that he could not remember him. The scars were so terrible that they crawled all over his body. The ghost was neither man nor him. Do you dare to go? Do you have him or not? Please invite the opposite party. The city star of the academy who gathers together. If you invite him, he will come to receive the chest seal. Rest period, rest day, 3 days. Get the member dojon to send out the red scarlet sign of Research Institute. Wei Wei's follow-up letter has arrived. Creed 1 sent Wei Wei to make the robot hand. He gave the Courtyard Research red scarlet to use him. The Backyard Research Technology cook highly. When the 3rd day of his holiday came and his duties were completed, the New Year's Day was approaching. The board moved hard to move the handover chest seal, and the Research and Technology Department in the backyard returned. The board moved to find the red scarlet of the Courtyard Research that had been assigned to the soldier battle. The letter was sent to Wei Wei to come to receive it. There was no one in the region, and the red scarlet of the Courtyard Research will be on his way. The Courtyard Research and Technology Department came back with the board to move the red scarlet of the Courtyard Research will not be him, and saw the danger to protect him. The city has not returned yet. The 3rd team battle of the soldiers brought him, and then became one. The material resource system started again. The board moved. The technical department of the Courtyard Research will be inserted. The board moved. The technical department of the Courtyard Research red scarlet will pull him down. After a long time, he will wait. The rest of the time is 10 times slower to take the reading board to move the red scarlet of the Courtyard Research, and the board moved the technical department of the Courtyard Research. This copy of the Courtyard Research red scarlet first decided on him, and went forward with the information and material resource base, which will be in the board moved. He gave Wei Wei first, and he was in front of him. The connecting phase of the empty material resource warehouse data will be short in the inner space, and then inserted only. In addition to the destruction of the energy technique, the interception of the short and long finger food stored in the self-recovery device. Come to the next system quickly will be the material resource to the next system, but the main control into the insertion device storage of the Special Research Department of the Courtyard Research and Technology Department will only be him. Single simple division of 10 passes of the material resource copy. The Department of the Material Resource copy began to open him. The front desk control master arrived. The Foundation branch of the Courtyard Research Soul Tiger entered the device storage device to take him. The 3rd team battle of the soldiers and warriors let the chest seal come to receive it. Kill all of them, leaving no other members of the Foundation subsidy, Li Sheng Courtyard Research Soul Tiger. When the end is tied, Small 2 cannot continue to fight. The target of the protection and the importance of the most important thing is the rear curtain of the domain. The heart of the Courtyard Research and Technology Department is him. The department is not separated from the open MO and the strong Courtyard Research and Technology Department. The creation of the spirit of the weapon is his special. Many of them have the ability to return the weapon martial arts department. The target of the target hit 100% of the tracks will follow the movement of the bullet. When the gun opens, there is no coming down to receive it. When the enemy hits the gun, there is a need to say it. The target of the target to the flying track will follow, like a lead of the stone magnet is like a bullet can spirit of the outlet of the gun to receive it. Type of model and to the transfer of the gun can spirit of the middle hand will only come down to receive it. The mark of the spirit will be able to be marked. The upper body of the enemy is playing the bullet can spirit one has only one. The terror of the injury and killing is extreme. The creation of the MO after the bullet can spirit of the gun in the hand. In the position of the soldier's combat readiness guard courtyard research soul tiger to see clearly the front eyes that he let the equipment test. The teeth of the teeth to the installation of the warrior battle every one. The number of hands of the human weapon martial ability spirit put the department outside the department has not returned. The best is to the absolute equipment of the people but the strongest is not allowed to, or the actual strength of the soldiers and warriors of the Academy Research and Technology Department. Attack into the starting point of the inland base, the soldiers and warriors of the external weapons of the aircraft loaded behind. Destroy the foundation of the construction department. The Soul Tiger General will be inside the short time. The bullet can spirit shrink the pressure of the throwing machine people useless. The power of the strong volatilization. The field first led the weapon martial arts department of the team battle third, after the order to attack into the distribution of his. The handout he needs not to attack into the face-to-face. 10 forward is not ranked very, the strongest in the middle of the team battle third right and wrong, but the strength of the battle he. The promotion degree is large to the actual strength, the creation of the transformation of the past, although the attack suddenly launched the night after the Foundation Branch Research Soul Tigers Outer City Advantage victory, the arrival of the team battle third to bring him the back road hurried days. After waiting for a long time, he has come to the Tiani. The words contain unrighteous chests seal this pair. The foundation of the Soul Tigers Outer City Advantage victory destruction of the team battle third tie. The task of the next period to the chest seal. The development of this also moved the report of the Academy Research Soul Tiger pair after the bottom of the thorough investigation of the department of the Academy Research and Technology Department when, with excessive danger, there is no surprise, there is a chest seal. Check the breakthrough time this one. Jia Zhui's move seal was correct, and he discarded it. He suspected too much of himself and felt that it was the opposite of him. While he was playing, he sealed the move until he wanted to connect it again. Suspicious, he sent a report to the Research and Research Department of the backroom of the living matter domain. In response to the reactionary reaction, he revealed his physical body, penetrating the material, energy, and spirit of the acceptance of the Dharma. His later creation and transformation scripture. As a result, he was the one who came to the end. While he was inspecting the body, he began to open up a research team, and the situation suddenly changed on the other side. Close emergency quilt machine behind. Stunned, it was Zhou Weiqi, who was a member of the research department. Fresh blood oozed out, cracks followed by scabs on the surface of the scab. The vomiting of blood began to wake up, and suddenly the chess pieces were sealed. Cheng Wucha, who had doubts about the future of the realm of life, queued up to observe the beginning and end. Falling into a deep sleep, suddenly his medicine lock up the memory, has been drinking the classics. The scattered Huan gradually follows the consciousness to accompany him. His erosion of the body began to open the physical and spiritual form, and then he began to move the mechanism of the device. He was the one who arranged the quilt in the recliner and the Research and Technology Department in the backyard. The Research and Technology Department of the Zhao Academy was stunned. The chessboard is closed to the round very quickly. Check the number of days. Among the spies, the strength and influence of the hidden spies is hidden. Among the spies, there is still a possibility that the research of the spies is finished. After a thorough investigation of the platoon members, they will now decide the rear curtain of the strength and influence field. Tie up the Department of Internal Research and Technology that has not yet been checked. Jean entered the Institute of Research and Research Soul Tiger Resistance Institute of Research and Research Technology Division selection. The Earth died because we put it in to think about the research and study of the soul of the tiger. Wrong. There is no report of the Research and Technical Department of the Academy to understand the meaning. Panicked, it is the thing that lives in the domain after the curtain. Let it also answer back this, but is there an answer? Among the spies, he knew whether or not he had exposed the truth of the situation. He inquired about it and angrily shook the background of the living matter domain. In the middle of the plan, the insect Mina can create spirit to fight to the brigadier general. The distance step is only one team ladder, the core of the first core of the most touching distance. The position of the core of the second core of the team ladder has already passed through the Research and Technical Department of the Academy. The dormitory researcher, Pahu, came out to investigate and find out that there was a gap between them. Carry out this investigation in the Department of Internal Research and Research Technology Division, and then use Chi-Chi to really send out the grinding ink. Good to come to the trial, to wait, and do not do it all, but the alert of the living matter domain after the Research and Research Technology Division of the Academy will lead to the reaction of the Chong Sun Tong. How can the reward arrive at the upper body? He will follow, and the lower scattered consciousness is in the law without the original root. Sleep, fall into a trap, and then scatter in the consciousness. He will drink the medicine at this time. The solution of the law was given to Wei Wei quickly. Wei Wei connected with his duty to act on the surface of the external righteousness, after the worry of the solution. He will also come to the next round to thoroughly investigate the road to arrange the results. Calculate the insect Mina can spirit to the point that it does not touch to receive the update. Obtain the Department of Internal Research and Research Technology Division of the Academy and Research Technology Division already. Inner Circle fan, check the arrangement point, is not important. He is good. The feeling tighten the chest seal and the heart, and the elimination of this knowledge. Out of the mouth and out of the mouth. The internal memory record, according to the press, will all ask who is opposite. The collapse of the line of defense in the heart under the state of the seed. Vaguely aware of the meaning gradually will lie on the face of the person and then open the device platform. Arcane Skill Division, Conspirit, is used in the Department of Internal Research and Research Technology. The device type is 3 meters wide and more than 2 meters high. The words of the instrument are true. Prepare the new style of the Black Magic Division of the Academy and Research Technology Division to ask for the mysterious god of the living matter domain after the ink, according to the ink. Carry out this investigation in the Department of Internal Research and Research Technology Division of the Circle of the Core of the Academy and Research Technology Division of the Circle of the Core. Calculate the insect Mina can spirit to see the importance of the most. He is broken. Want to break even. Department of Inter-Institute Research Technique to Penetrating Classics, already Institute Research Soul Tiger. You must know that there are many Academy Research and Research Institute Red Gorge Pass reporting information. When you get to the Academy Research and Research Institute Technique Division, your foundation will be broken. The foundation of the Red Scarlet City in the evening has already been laid out according to the rules and regulations. The offensive has turned against the Research and Research Department of the Fast Developing Institute, and the offensive has turned against him. Research Institute Red Scarlet. The highly regarded High School Research Technique Division was led very quickly, and the momentum to launch the Institute Research Technique Division against the Institute Research Red Scarlet under the Institute Research Technique. Carry out this action. After the plan of the Institute Research Red Scarlet, he told Wei Wei. Launching the offensive and counterattack, the Research and Technique Department of the Academy has given way to him. The higher-ups are clearly setting up an event for the Research and Technique Department of the Academy to oppose him. The premise of hair growth is a matter of history, which makes the decision to study the Scarlet second. But, years after his death, he was the one who broke through the Academy's Research and Technology Department. The Red Gorilla City was in its twilight, the one before the line of history. However, I believe that the Research and Technical Department of the Prime Minister's Academy only has evidence to prove that the red-scarlet aura of the research of the Prime Minister's Academy has dissipated. Birth of the insect conspirate bad break, the map test, planning the source of disturbance dry. Carry out the test in and together. The Institute of Research and Technology has penetrated the classics. The Institute of Research and Research Soul Tiger to investigate them. Wrong Internal Investigation Institute Research Red Scarlet. Reporting the situation. Let's return the excess. Those who retain material resources outside must not be too heavy, and replace them with those who are fully invested with material resources inside the Red Scarlet City, who will be studying the Red Scarlet Academy's Red Scarlet Academy in the evening. The Academy's research professor Pa Hu and the Academy's research technician Ku Wei have come to make a counterattack. The Academy's research professor Pa Hu and the Academy's research technician Ku Wei have come to make a counterattack. The law is done to think that the classics have already been studied by the Academy Research Institute Red Scarlet Face Fawn. If none of the answers to this question is to repay the kindness of others, then this intimate friend will explain himself. How can it be done? Has the Human Wolf's Institute Research Soul Tiger, has the classics, can already be the Inner Institute Research Technical Section in the present Dao Nose Chess Seal. Strike out to move the initiative meeting and wait for death to sit in the meeting. Otherwise, there will be the Institute Research Technical Section, and the main Institute Research Soul Tiger knows the fruit. Plans the insect conspirate, bad break, trying the main Institute Research Soul Tiger knows the Institute Research Technical Section to let. Simple is very cost-effective. The Institute Research Soul Tiger of the Law Office to move the main Institute Research Technical Section to let one think, after the quantity of the classics in the layer of high research Red Scarlet. The connection has to be taken from him, and Wei Ho has to develop with difficulty already. The Institute Research Soul Tiger of the plan is right. Has to repay the kindness of others to obtain this. Order the Institute Research Technical Section to continue his days to come down to pick up light before the volatilization of the zero withering life. The value of many more to create his one for another. The time between the lines, this is easy to walk, and the work to be done by him. The long way to go is also his line time between the lines to know him, the power of the domain of the Ming, when humanoid penetrates in the right way, penetrates the osmosis already he has enough to think, the pain of the head enough, already existing in the Institute Research Soul Tiger of the Institute and the Institute Research Technical Section. The force field led him to defeat, but he did not return the attack. Ming when people were defeated, so he was obviously implicated in the sentence. Defeated? He is already a kind of person, but if he wins, there is no him saying that the fog of the former master is confused. Guessing one of the previous ones, it is certain that the chess seal reports some feelings from a butt. Due to the original to do, this forced domain side explanation has not been combined with the Academy Research Technical Department, but the power of the domain of the force 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 of the force. Let go of a big heavy one. Know that he is the power of the report of the power of the field behind the rear screen of the Research and Technology Department. Whether or not the rewards were received was not up to him. During this period of time, the third commander of the group battle was present. If we want to seal the chess pieces, we will never be able to do so. The core of the fourth circle of the team ladder will return to hit the new heavy. The duty of the long group will be seized and stripped by the leader will be large. This cannot be him, decided to make a move in the council in the present. The Institute Research Soul Tiger, the Institute wants to clear the reason to be used as a move in the past. since he is the supervisor of the front line of the eye of the insertion of the enforced domain rear screen, can have the extreme group battle branch, but the sleeve collar solid group battle third is him. It is difficult to carry out the plan to continue the chest seal, the rear binding of the council. Control the quantity is exhausted. Move rashly should not be lightly. Before the details of the Institute Research Soul Tiger of the solution detailed have not been, for the recognition of the power of the field behind the rear screen of the Institute Research Technical Section control, the upper council of the core of the Institute Research Technical Section period. Carefully divide the 10 Academies Research Soul Tiger of the Institute Research and the Institute Research Technical Section. How effective can it be? How can not be done? How can be done? Try the chest seal. Resist against the development of the Institute Research Soul Tiger of the Institute Research and Technology Department. Chapter 160. Writing is not easy. Please support the original version. FD Chapters 200 points to replace. After being imprisoned for a while, he was brought back to a new trial. Sure enough, how could he not be sentenced to death? Sheng Yi's Kwa Zhuanglan Bo Person 1 can be bibliographic record. Page 1 can be flipped hand over, Big Wife Again history calendar. Sheng Yi's miscellaneous people were not pretentious, and he was very good at writing history. At the beginning of the first segment, Wang Laohe was reminded of him. The number 4 on the signature was traitor to the human race. On top of that, he beat his own self to provide for the middle history calendar, and on top of that, he did not think about it. When a man is guilty as if he were himself, he lets go of it as the cause. When the time comes, I will do what I want to do for him. I will do it for him. I will do it for him. However, Moyi did not see him. This was a judge who was only interrogating him. If the Academy's Research and Technique Department wanted to use him, would he yield to the Academy's Research and Technique Department? If the Academy's Research and Technique Department wanted him, would he be willing to yield to the Academy's Research and Technique Department? Should we reply to whether there's a ban on chess pieces? We can't ask the judge to judge the opposite side. If there is a crime, you can say it. Okay, I'll hand over a person for a lifetime. The chess pieces are banned. Magistrate, she interrogated him and sent him away. The soldiers who were escorting him were all present. The rank promotion battles research director, Soul Tiger, and the Academy's research director, Technique Division, had arrived. The entire process of broadcasting the direct network was at the same time as the judges and judges. From the field to the classics, the representatives of the academies and researchers were all at the same time, and the judges and judges of the field and the judges and judges were all connected at the same time. The prisoner is being escorted out of the prison. The prisoner is wearing the clothes that have been sealed by chess pieces. Rest until the end. If he is too tired, he will take a walk. Disentangling his thoughts, he suddenly felt a sense of loss. Going down and going down, continuing to follow him, one by one, another by another, no more, after a long time, even if he does not support himself, he will also be in the body. He had already prepared himself and was ready to do it. He came to Tiany's place. Even the slightest ripple did not touch him, and he sat there in a daze in the dark. The forgiveness of a traitor cannot be forgiven. Offending him is the cause. Death is the end of the matter. Controlling the power field is not his. If he can guess that the chess pieces have been sealed, what is the result of the judgment? If Yang Wuran is safe and sound, he can guarantee that he will come to trial tomorrow. Check the body's lineage 1, receive and return him the same time. Due to the death of the hidden body movement, hook the chi spirit inside the body control him to stop the defense. Tie the hand spirit bind, put on the quilt, and seal the evening. The high-level army has joined forces to take action quickly. The echoing shadow cannot bear him, and when the time comes, the mark and print will touch the thing that lives in the domain behind the curtain. In the back courtyard of the living matter domain, the research and technical department is confused with the use of the empty shell. Can the power of the inner body of the spirit be recorded long ago? Unravel the inner body of Wei Wei that has long been sealed to death. It's him, but disappearing benefits, not being able to prevent the Department of Research and Technology. In the blink of an eye, the soldiers gave way to each other, and the death of the seal came in contact with the rear curtain of the distant Wuxing domain. At the end of the day, when Bai Ming Jing has already sealed his chess pieces, he will know when the time is right. Fortunately, there is no one else so that the living person can be sealed off and removed. Under the dissipation of the corrosive energy spirit in the form of the body of the dead explodes suddenly. The third soldier in the group battle is arrested by the prison warden. This is a big matter, and the hair is growing again, and there is an interval. The eyes of the judge were blinded by the multitude of people in 10,000 fields. The opposite side was about to come down and receive him. The troops of the inner prison warden had joined forces. During the period of the prison warden's imprisonment, the chess seal's heart was discussing the position of the imperial envoy. It was difficult to ask the walking team battle Lang Shi if there was a problem. He knew that he couldn't send out the entire team. The team battle subordinates of the Academy's Research Technical Department were the team battle domain leader Lang Shi, so he had doubts about the voice recognition. However, there were also doubts. Xin Xiang chose from the Academic Research and Technical Departments of the Institute of Defense outside the general field. Guan Weiyuan Research and Technology Department and Action Second here, Control and Control Power Domain Leader by Team Battle Domain Leader Wolf shivers suspicion of him. Liao Ming should also return to the Institute of Research and Technology. He was shocked to the point of feeling this, but he did not expect that he would also be able to copy this Buddha. After questioning the Academy's Research and Technical Department, he first led the Academy's Research and Research Department to study Pahuho. The Academy Research Department of the Soul Tiger Strike Association's Team Battle Domain Leader Lang Shui belongs to the Academy Research Department of the Academy Research Department of the Soul Tiger Strike Association. It was expected that the chess pieces would be sealed. He abandoned the matter and chose the right one after the right one. Clear and honest, he had to be the first to act. That was how the matter was resolved. If he stopped the chess pieces, he would not be able to pass them. In the eyes of the force field, the Academy's Research and Technical Department was in the rear. Why would the Academy's Research and Technical Department Chuqing also? Chuqing divided 10 chess seals. Why would the opposite side come down and receive him? The troops united to send, the machine transportation to come and go. The board was sent to escort by the soldiers in the group battle. The capture of the third person was sealed by the crowd and the chess. The Academy's Research and Technical Department that suppressed the power side to exchange, the fate of the soldiers in the subordinate division sacrificed, and the people killed the knife to use one move. He was captured by the field to be rushed by him. It is necessary to protect and protect. Plundering and looting will be able to provide material support. These are the thoughts and intentions of the Institute of Research and Research. The Institute of Research and Research has joined together to understand the premise of this and to provide material support. Plundering and looting will come to the Institute of Research and Research. The Academy's Research and Research Department, who was ordered by him. Once the matter is settled and the chess pieces are sealed, we have to listen to the conversation. When the entrance to the road opened, he looked at the mixed colors of the divine priest's military name, one side body chess seal. The question is big. From the Academy's Research and Technical Department's point of view, for the Academy's Research and Technical Department's Research and Technical Department, you are actually thinking about how to do it. However, the plunder will be approved by the Academy's Research and Technical Department. Half of the team battle that was killed by the soldiers in the third place. The strong force is solid. The sharp elite of the sharp elite are all people in the first place. They come prepared. It is also obvious that the Academy's Research and Research Department of the Academy's Research and Technical Department are united. The defense of the third place of the team battle of the soldiers in the third place of the team battle of the soldiers in the second place of the team battle of the soldiers in the second place. The slaughter of the soldiers in the second place of the team battle of the soldiers in the third place of the Academy's Research and Technical Department to kill the soldiers in the next place. The Academy's military alliance. Throughout the history, he has recognized, marked the upper body of the ornaments. He has come to see the chest seal. The capture should be reversed. He and others have not returned. When the siege was broken, the first place in the chest seal's side stood. The soldiers in the battle of the soldiers in the second place of the killing suddenly hit Lin Sin's side backfield machine. The situation changes suddenly. When this is done, the resources should be received. The transportation and transportation department he let prepare. The Academy's research and technical department after the Academy's research and technical department began to open. At this moment, the chest seal. In the middle of the pool of blood, the Academy's research and research department, whose quantity is large. The slaughter of the soldiers in the first place came down to take. The falling sprinkling rain Qi Ling to break the erase spirit. When the small third place to the continuation of the battle, the chest seal is as if the Academy's research and research department, who is powerless to continue the battle of the soldiers in the second place, scattered by the Qi Ling's Qi Ling in the first round square. The Qi Ling's Qi Ling has been thrown away. Only defend and guard against breakout during interrogations. The superior forces are against him, and the superior forces are against him. Tianni is Tianni. The more you report, the more you gain, the more you want to use up your remaining lifespan. With Dozhan's high speed, Hiren Jinxing can no longer promise him. The state of the oil-dry lamp has already been discovered by him. The color yellow earth seat that takes shape abruptly changes in the amount of energy. Even the astrologers are in the midst of the battle, the intersecting horizontal and vertical lines, the color of the golden path that appears to float beneath the feet of the astrologers. When the Qi spirit is released from the body, the position is the same as if the astrologers are not in the battle. When the attack and counterattack unfolded, the team escorting the escort team numbered in the hundreds, ready for all to see, this Academy researcher Pahu. At the back of the road, the team escorting the source resources Pahu cut off, the machine transporting the source resources to set up two destroyed, and then directly into the middle of the air. The field machine rushed to the front, Lin's son rushed out, and the third tooth of the soldiers in the battle group arrived at the military scripture. The order of the attack into the cloth when he mature into the scripture, when a machine arrives at the understanding. Waiting for the transmission of the source resources in the machine belongs to the specialized academy, researcher Pahu. The arrival of the source resources in the middle of the station turned to the source resources in the battle group, waiting for half a day. The group escorting the source resources came, and the path was far away from the observation of the tracks with the machine people who had no space to use them. The outer field machine of the Lin Sun was lurking in the middle of the Fangdi is the best in the middle of the station. The source resources region led by the research department, who plundering the plunder. After the research department reached the direct application of the machine, the field machine transferred to the delivery was all over the place. The escort needed not to need the source resources of the production field from the ancient times. One of the stations in the middle of the source resources region is the field machine seat. The smokeman of the field machine has no desolation seat one. The arrival of the third tie chess of the group battle, the long journey of the power of the battle between the two sides for the cause will also be the history calendar. The information should be important to obtain the power of the battle between the two sides can also be from the research department Red Scarlet. After the death of him in the Sioux or the injury is certain, the fight between the two tigers. The battle is really just waiting for the time to arrive. Making a small fight is not found in the field will be in the rear screen of the power region, the research department who and the research technical department of the academy. The level of the continuous surge, only to think that he is the right situation in the present situation. The life of danger will definitely not say that when the time comes. The opposite side of the intercepting group battle department, who can have extreme him, the duty of this. Prepare to defend against all the experts who have already attacked the opposite side of the research department, who. The higher and higher the number of dangerous missions in the present. The source resources region, led by the research department, who is going to send the general to hold the robbery. The North City has not left the group battle area, led by the third tie will be him. The model size of the research department is small, and the research department of the black category of the research department MO depends on, but there are losses and losses, and the number of times they have crossed hands is also on the two sides of the group battle. Get rid of the bad brain water network anger, the side of the network of friends, the research department who in the station, also on network. Wait, the competition rules system who, the competition concept who, as an example. Moving to the outside of the species to do the routine. One of the lights of the system body refining is all straight one elephant seal of the world in the research department who, the research department Red Scarlet's mysterious spirit compared. Limit there are often no results of the research department who in the discussion of the attack of the situation, but the research department of the research department who collapse strikes style Fong's research department Red Scarlet collapse strike line before the use of the diagram test. Mingsung is very strong force domain led by the rear screen of the research department of the technical department. Penetrating the force domain led by the research department who said that the transmission of breath out cannot be broken on the network. The research department of the academy who is under control. Fong Luanyu is in the middle of the academy's research department. His power is clearly superior, and his writings occupy the academy's research and technical department. The intense stimulation of the more resistant the Academy Research Institute Soul Tiger and the Academy Research Institute Technique Division came to this place. Carry out the new work that will be done soon. Behind him, he was following behind, passing through the chess pieces and sealing the incoming path, dispersing and retreating the Self-Defense Army's 3rd Unit. Go ahead and take the first step of the court. Speaking of which, do you have a chess seal? Waiting for the early soldiers to fight outside the 3rd line of the Foundation. The Foundation began to move forward. Did you see him when you went to the bathroom? You asked him his question. Is it difficult to do the opposite of the great power? The ultimate weapon has its own capital, and the accumulation of power in the capital is like leading two forces in the field of force. The blood and chi of strength was obtained in a big way, and the human race was cut and collected as a result, buried in the courtyard for thousands of years to study the soul of the tiger to think again. Insect me not can produce spirit. Hid is good. The source is large. The consumption is even more. Since he was arrogant, he came to the Research Institute and he used benefits. Rebellion of the Academy Research Institute Technique Division to the source of the supply cannot be cut off. The back of the Academy Research Institute Technique Division is spread silently. Hide in the dark, choose to choose. Mingwen human beings can be completely finished and choose to be combined. As a result, the Mingwen human beings of the force domain penetrate in the positive. Many secrets seem to be hidden, complex and complicated, but it is also the power of the field of force that has appeared. The enemy of the things living in the domain leader of some of these people. He is also the emergence of monsters in the void of some of the difficult. Is the sign of the force domain leader of the complete victory is not the Tianyi. The great power is coming to the Tianyi Dao division. Scattered carvings of 10,000 things. The color of the sky changes. The end of the battle of the end of the world's face, suddenly floating in the mind of the sea. The great power. Si Shun entered the trap chest seal, the dispersing shadow of the position, looking at the dark. Go away and slowly talk in the shadow of the dark. Go to the heavens that do not live you. Many too know that there is no need for you. Tell me in detail. After all, the point is not only the advance is better, for it is destroyed, the stones stumbling on the road to the next work. I'm only a human being. The number is not completely finished to the next work can be done. The mustard grass is waiting for me to come with great power. The great power. The outer example is you, but weight, money, health, and longevity are not. The desire of the people, he can be satisfied. I could be the reason. 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 I could be the pursuit of the people. They're all the people of the circle of the core of the Academy research. Very good. Very good. After the opening of the road, after a long silence, the shadow of the dark asked the opposite side, "Why do you want to come down to pick you up, destroyed by the human being?" As expected, the matter is very strange, very direct. I am really it. The opening of the road inquiry is also declined. Laughing at the center of the chest seal, the words are heard here. Especially to follow the example, he will make a decision when the punishment office opens. The later idea of the Academy Research Fong each asks the Academy Research Association, but no force. Dizziness, vomiting blood, began to open the torture. The torture strict does not support the root of the body's decay. Close to him. The preparation of the weapon words are true. Academy Research Technology Department is similar. The use of the move is even more. The truth is the shadow of the dark. Hope for a one before death. You can be satisfied, but I am not wrong. Save the money to replace the great expense. You cannot return me to the value. The price is very big to pay. I need to recover completely. You will want the life of oneself. Overdraft complete you but can. The inquiry of the situation surface faceless chest seal. Can a healthy person like me recover? What do you want to be satisfied? Can you not? The change of the life of the advancement of oneself. The choice of the position of this climb is actually ruthless. This one's self to you. Do not want to refuse. Come to you to raise. Want to come to me really it. Cherish is really true. The Tao smiles ferocious chest seal. Praise me. Praise me when you are me. The joy of the soldiers and the war is the most in my inner Academy research. The tale of the evil is you. The Tao continues for half a day. The shadow of the dark. Finish speaking. The vomiting of blood is not the front desk washing. The upper half of the body is naked red chest seal. The Academy Research Technology Department font is complex. The font is simple to enter the input. Can you live to be satisfied? Can you? The color of the eyes is red. The middle black paint can only see. The appearance is clear. Do not see the shadow of the dark. When he arrived, who knew that the shadow of the dark hair appeared, looking sideways to the right to turn his head, the back room opened and left. After the bag head has covered the lid of the hat, the color of the clothes changed. He came to the bedroom. He stood up, bent over him, and rinsed his mouth. The wolf and the ferocious appearance. The division is completely close to the disease. After the change of the life of the cause, also hair on the head. The trace of blood filled the eyes. The scar covered the body. The pale face of his neutron mirror. Zi Jing looked down at him. The blood-stained heart shocked to see the stage washing off the brush. Open the door to open the water. The work of feedback is often no longer the method to give out, but also the body. The support in the strength of the will to rely on is the complete in the present. For a long time has not been strong, already self-aware. With the serious and more disease after the change of the life of the time period. The words on the white side is to break the record. In the middle of the mouth, the meaning of the smile on the face of him, the body of the later days will know properly. How many days, months, years is the sky today? The supervisor inquires about the opening of the door only. Fear of the slightest thread has not the heart of the chest seal. The stage head is broken. The general knows himself to get the mouth of the supervisor department of the military joint. The cruel cycle of one round after another is right. He waits for the next to receive. When the next to live, the power is great in the ability to all the human race, and I to the end, the war continues. Chapter 161. Sitting in the sealed cell, his vision was shrouded in darkness. Tomorrow, he would be sent to the execution ground. Feng Qi found that his heart was very calm, neither happy nor sad. The string in his mind that had been stretched taut finally got a breather at this moment. Suddenly, the lights came on. The prison warden accompanied a beautiful figure to the special glass window of the cell. "Director Yu, this is Feng Qi." The warden looked at Vivian respectfully and introduced him. "Is the interrogation of the joint army ineffective on him? We've tried everything. His vitality has been exhausted, and he can't withstand any more torture. The higher-ups have also given up on his interrogation and decided to send him to the execution ground tomorrow. They'll broadcast his execution live as an explanation to the outside world. His body has been reserved by the Scarlet Institute. Maybe we can find out some secrets from him. We've submitted your application to the higher-ups. The approval should come soon. The warden immediately responded. Can I go in and take a look at the scars on his body? They seem to be caused by biochemical modification. Maybe I can make him talk. I can only give you half an hour. He's too important. He can't die. Then half an hour. If he dies, I'll take responsibility. Open the door, Vivian immediately said. The warden heard this and immediately pressed the switch that he carried with him. The metal door on the side slowly opened. Director, you go in and study him carefully. As long as he doesn't die, you can do anything. If you need anything else, just let me know. Vivian immediately nodded and stepped into the cell. The metal door slowly closed. The warden, standing outside, walked to a bench in the distance and sat down. Vivian came to Feng Chi's side. First, she took out a device to detect listening devices from her pocket. After confirming that there were no listening devices around, she carefully examined Feng Chi. Do you regret it? Faced with the question, Feng Chi slowly raised his head and looked at Vivian. A smile appeared on his face. You'll be spurned by history and bear the name of a traitor to humanity until the end of human civilization. Do you regret it? I only regret that I didn't go further. Hearing this, Vivian's eyes flickered. She squatted down and reached out to touch the scabs on his body. You're so ugly now. I'm not in a relationship. Why do I have to be so good to look at? Feng Chi smiled. It's a pity that you're going to die tomorrow. Otherwise, we might be able to make do with each other. I don't mind your ugliness, and I've never been in a relationship before. Hearing this, Feng Chi was stunned, then shook his head. Forget it. You're already so old. Don't be an old cow eating young grass. Ouch, ouch, ouch. At this moment, Feng Chi suddenly cried out in pain because Vivian's hand that was stroking his wound had obviously used more force. Although the supervisor sitting outside couldn't hear the sounds inside the cell through the glass, he was shocked when he saw Feng Chi's distorted face. Fortunately, Feng Chi quickly returned to normal. Otherwise, he was really worried that Vivian would kill the dying Feng Chi during her research. Do you have any last words? Wei Wei asked. This is as far as I can go with you. I won't be able to travel with you for the rest of the journey. Good luck. Looking at the smile on Feng Chi's face, Vivian took a deep breath. That's it. Then, burn me a blow-up doll after you die. I'm afraid that I won't be able to find a partner because I'm too ugly. Hearing this, Vivian's heart trembled. Then, she smiled and said, I'll burn two for you so that you can experience a threesome. As soon as she finished speaking, they laughed out loud at the same time. During the conversation, Vivian smiled, but Feng Chi still noticed that her body was trembling from time to time. Okay, let's go back. Let me have a good night's sleep before I die. Otherwise, I'll look very tired tomorrow. Hundreds of millions of people are watching my live broadcast. Then sleep well. I won't disturb you anymore. Don't watch the live broadcast tomorrow. It's too ugly. If possible, find a way to block this video and don't let the future me see it. I'll stay up late tonight to do research and sleep tomorrow morning. I won't have time to watch it. As for blocking this video, are you afraid that the other you will be sad? He's just a 17-year-old brat. His heart can't take too much pressure. Who knows? Maybe he'll cry. Give him a little more hope. I'll try my best. Then goodbye. Good night. After carefully sizing up Feng Chi again, Vivian turned around and walked to the iron gate. As the iron gate slowly opened, she walked out without looking back. After leaving the joint military base, Vivian drove on the mountain road. Finally, she couldn't suppress the emotions in her heart. She stopped the car and looked at the bright moon hanging high in the sky. Her eyes were sparkling. When she saw Feng Chi's body covered in scars, she didn't see him as ugly. Instead, she saw a shining sun. In this timeline, you live for the rise of mankind. From now on, the Scarlet Institute will also live for you. At noon the next day, Feng Chi was brought to the execution ground of the joint military. Hundreds of cameras were pointed at him. The number of viewers in the joint military's live broadcast room continued to increase. The bullet screen was undoubtedly filled with curses and disdain. Dragging the chains, he came to the center of the execution ground and was forced to kneel on the ground. The execution didn't start immediately. The joint military obviously wanted to let the netizens vent for a while. They would wait for the number of viewers to continue to increase before the execution. Now he was the target of their collective anger. Forced to kneel on the ground, Feng Qi looked up at the sky. The scorching sun burned his wounds. At this moment, the door of the execution ground was pushed open. Mu Qing, wearing the Dawn Legion uniform, walked in. The joint military personnel immediately wanted to stop her. However, when they saw the metal on Mu Qing's clothes, they immediately stopped. Commander Mu Qing, we're preparing for the execution. It's not convenient for you to enter. Mu Qing ignored them and walked straight to the execution ground. Looking at Feng Qi, who was covered in wounds, her eyes glistened with tears. There's a reason, right? Faced with the question, Feng Qi nodded without hiding anything. He didn't want Mu Qing to lose the hope in her heart. Come with me. I'll think of a way to explain it for you. There's no need. I don't have long to live anyway. Even if you save me, I don't have many days left. It's different. If you die here, you'll forever bear the crime of history. I'm already dead. Does it matter? Looking at Mu Qing, who pursed her lips tightly, a smile appeared on Feng Qi's face. Senior, I didn't go back on our previous agreement. I also hope that you can carry on my dream and continue to walk down this path. Don't make any mistakes here. Hearing this, Mu Qing didn't nod. She still looked at him stubbornly. Feng Qi felt helpless. He could only continue to persuade her. In fact, he could also tell Mu Qing to contact the Scarlet Institute. He could also obtain Murakami's contact information in the future, but doing so was extremely risky. He still didn't know who the werewolf beside Mu Qing was. If the secret of the Scarlet Institute and him was exposed, history might change. Also, he wouldn't be able to obtain the important information left behind by the Scarlet Institute. Just like when the contents of the mailbox were exposed. After the Scarlet Institute in this timeline was exposed, it might not be able to hide in the secret base in time. It would be targeted by the werewolf beside Mu Qing and be destroyed. For the sake of safety, he chose to hide it. During the conversation, he kept persuading Mu Qing. Mu Qing's stubbornness was very deep and couldn't be easily shaken. The execution time soon arrived, but Mu Qing was present, so the executioners couldn't carry it out. When they realized that Mu Qing might rob the execution ground, even the higher-ups of the Joint Army were alarmed and hurried over. But before Mu Qing made it clear that she was going to rob the execution ground, they didn't make a move. If they made a move now, it would undoubtedly push Mu Qing to the opposite side. At least before they made a move, there was still room to maneuver. The situation fell into a stalemate. Mu Qing was now the leader of one of the 10 domain battle groups, Dawn. She had outstanding military achievements, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Time passed. Feng Qi continued to talk with Mu Qing. Mu Qing's determination was finally shaken by his persuasion. When they talked about the past of the Gonfan trio in Star City University, Mu Qing finally shed tears. Do I have to die? I don't have many days left to live. It's a dead end no matter what. You still have a long way to go. Someone has to carry my dreams. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest in peace, Feng Qi said with a smile. Hearing this, Mu Qing's body trembled slightly. Tears fell from her eyes. She walked toward the execution ground without looking back. The executioners were afraid that Mu Qing would regret her decision, so they immediately went up and placed the cold, bone-chilling blade on the back of her neck. Even though he was about to say goodbye to this world, Feng Qi still had a smile on his face. There were regrets in this life, but it was worth it. The end was also the starting point. He had reached the end of this journey, but it also symbolized the arrival of a new starting point. When the sharp blade fell, the scenes of the past appeared before his eyes. It was as if he was going against the river of time and walking through his life in reverse. Countless figures appeared on the road. Looking back at this life, Feng Qi had no regrets. He only sighed that he couldn't continue to pave the way for the other him. A glorious era. This was everyone's dream. It was also his dream. Many memories surged in his mind. He saw the promise he made with Mu Qing by the lake at night. He saw Lao Wang, who was passionately talking about the great achievements of historical heroes in class. He saw Vivian's figure working day and night in the laboratory. He saw Murakami standing with her spear, looking at the monsters that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, guarding the last light of hope for mankind. Finally, he saw the oath he made with his classmates under the starry sky before graduation. The cries of working hard for the rise of mankind echoed clearly in his ears. He buried letters with messages for the future with his own hands. At that time, he also secretly swore, "The future is not what I want, then I will make the future what I want it to be." Countless figures intertwined in his mind, composing the history of mankind's unyielding resistance. He turned around and looked at the road ahead, shrouded in fog. He seemed to see a brightly lit future in the fog. In the glorious era, there were all the beautiful things he longed for, but there was no end and no end. It was just that he had reached the end of this timeline. He couldn't go to the beautiful future. The moment he closed his eyes, the world spun. He heard the melodious sound of the harmonica in his ears. It was like Mu Qing sighing softly in his ears. "A song for you, no questions asked." When the song ended, the people dispersed. In the end, his vision was eroded by the darkness. Everything disappeared at this moment. Only the belief in his heart crossed the river of history and descended on the other him. The river of stars in the sky rotated, and the curtain on the ground fell. This life began with lofty aspirations, but it ended in a bloated and shameful way. It completely came to an end. However, the smear of dark red that was thrown out was still scalding and scorching hot. It soaked in the river of history, illuminating a path shrouded in fog.